Everyone, welcome to Pave the Way for Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. My name is Ken Wardinsky. I'm the Chief Information Officer for North Idaho College, and I'm here with Jeremy Seda, our magic man, to make this happen today. Thank you so much for joining us. For those of you that don't know a lot about North Idaho College, we're located in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. We are a two-year community college. We have an FTE, or a full-time equivalency, of about 3,500 students, and we serve about 7,000 students on an annual basis. We have locations in Post Falls for our Workforce Training Center, Rathdrum for our Parker Technical Education Center, Sandpoint, Bonners Ferry, and Kellogg, Idaho, as well as an Aerospace Center of Excellence in Hayden, Idaho. Just a disclaimer before we get started today, we have a lot of great stuff to show you today. We have a lot of great vendors to show you. Just putting on my CIO hat, North Idaho College does not specifically endorse nor promote any materials or vendors for technology that you'll see today, but we are here today to show you all these tools as basically awareness of what's possible for accessibility. Jeremy, this has been a long time in the making. I want to just give a shout out to you to really thank you for organizing this event. And one of the things that me and Jeremy really wanted to do was promote Global Accessibility Awareness Day. And so Jeremy, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So Global Accessibility Awareness Day has been going on for a number of years now, and it's meant to just celebrate accessibility and technology. And it's in May, and this year it's going to be May 16th. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, your event doesn't necessarily have to be on that day. It can be around that day and just contain something about accessibility and technology.
And then the other part of this is we really wanted to fulfill the mission of our college for student success by bringing the technology to students and promoting universal access and design so that the technology is available for everyone as well, and not necessarily as an accommodation, but really taking a step in technology just so that all of the technology in North Idaho College is accessible in one way. And then from an academic excellence standpoint, making accessible technology easier for our instructors to actually create accessible PDFs and online material, captioning, and those kind of things. You'll hear about those today. Community engagement, this has been a very powerful community engagement piece. We have the Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired here, as well as other community members that are with accessible technology. We're really promoting diversity, obviously, that's a big part. And then a big thank you to our legislature to provide funding so that this program can actually be good today. And then Jeremy, you actually had the opportunity to meet the co-founders of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. And we are happy to say today that both Jamison Asuncion and Joe Devin are here today. So let's hop in a little bit later with them. And then Jeremy, you had the chance to sit down with Jamison earlier. And so let's check out that interview.
So, Jamison, we're both here in San Francisco. Glad to get this chance to have this one-on-one talk with you about GAD. And I kind of think I want to begin with, how did this all start?
So GAD started with a blog post that my co-founder, partner Joe Devin wrote, I'm going to say in November of 2011. And he basically bemoaned the fact that developers are not doing right by accessibility. They're not thinking of people with disabilities. He related a story about his dad who was struggling with using a bank website. Anyhow, at the end, he made a call or a pitch for having a day that was dedicated to accessibility. And so I got wind of the tweet by happenstance. I was home on a Saturday night, which is uncharacteristic for me, but I was home and I caught wind of the tweet. I saw the blog post, and this is something that was of interest to me when it comes to, I'm all about awareness and stuff for our tech counterparts. And anyhow, so it was interesting. So I said, yeah, if you really want to do this, let's talk. So we did not know each other.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Yeah.
How well did you know each other?
No,
just for
it was
strangers.
just very complete strangers. He was in Los Angeles, I was in Toronto at the time, and but we're both Canadian, go figure. But yeah, so I responded to his blog post, we hopped on the horn, and the rest, as they say, is history. I would say the funniest part about the whole thing is, for something as important as Global Accessibility Awareness Day, they chose, whoever upstairs chose two of the busiest people in the world to pull something like this off. We're
Nice.
both overly committed by nature, and we both decided that this was that important for us to take on.
So what would you say your guys' vision was back then, and I guess how much has it changed since the
Yeah,
inception of
I
the
think
day?
our vision really, was just to get the word out there about accessibility to as many developers as possible. And I don't think it's changed. I think it's expanded beyond developers to include like usability people and anyone basically involved in the technology conversation, whether you're a CTO, whether you're an on-the-ground engineer or a UX person, anyone who's making decisions around technology purchases on campus or within a company, like everyone. We weren't sure at the beginning who was going to be interested in it, honestly. Like Joe and I've always been so in disbelief of how much this thing has taken off on its own at this point. I mean, when it first started, it was me calling up, literally calling up and emailing some of my friends who work in accessibility in different parts of the world and telling them this crazy thing and saying, would you be willing to do this? And everyone signed up for it. And if you go to www.globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org, you can see under the events, we keep an archive of all the events even back to 2012, and you'll see how it just
Awesome.
exponentially grew.
Wow. So with that being said, is there anything particular that you're particularly excited about for this May 16th and this year's GAD? Is there anything we should have a look out for?
Honestly, so Joe and I are the last to know about big things happening. So last year, for example, the state of California passed legislation having to do with that all of their government websites had to be accessible, and they proclaimed like Global Accessibility Awareness Day in California as some sort of day. I don't have the exact wording, but I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, no kidding.
Microsoft, they have their accessible game controller that they announced
Mhm.
on GAD. We hear about, usually what ends up happening with Joe and I is we usually find out after the fact. Like even the day of, we'll hear stuff happening. Apple, a couple of years ago, came on board and has been doing a bunch of stuff at their stores, which is amazing because if you think about the footprint of Apple
Mm-hmm.
all over the world. And Tim Cook has become involved himself in running Global Accessibility Awareness Day events at Apple and being
Wow.
very involved. I mean, Joe and I, like, who are we, right? Like, but we've gotten these people excited, and what I've said is, you know, plan any product launches or things around that day, and let's just make this day as big as we can, and let's flood the mainstream. And last year again. Because I'm old and my memory is really short. I can't think back to the year before. But last year, we were in all the major tech. We were in TechCrunch. We were all over the place, and that's really what we want to hit. Like talking to you or talking to a lot of people who are involved in accessibility. It's kind of like the choir, right?
Right.
But it's a small web development shop in like Sao Paulo, Brazil, or Savannah, Georgia, you know what I mean? Or
Mhm.
UX shop in Johannesburg, or something like a tech consultancy in London, England, who's never heard about accessibility before, but then they're like, what is this Global Accessibility Awareness Day? And then they're like, oh my God, like, what's all this stuff? And we never thought about the 1.3
Mhm.
billion people around the world who have a disability or impairment. Like, so that's, you asked earlier about the vision. Our vision is really to just get the conversation going and have that conversation happen in places where it ordinarily wouldn't.
Wow, yeah, that's awesome. So one of my philosophies of how I handle my life is win or learn. I mean, there should really be, losing really shouldn't be something that comes into the picture.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to grow as a person and grow as a professional, grow as whatever, with whatever your passion is, what would be, I guess, a story of, your favorite win, and conversely, maybe your favorite learning experience with
Right.
GAD?
So I guess the win would probably be, like I said, the thing that happened in California last year
Mhm.
with the state government proclaiming Global Accessibility Awareness Day. I'd love other states to pick that up and other countries. That'd be amazing.
That's awesome, yeah.
And a learning experience, I think, early on. So again, Joe and I, here we are, they're like, okay, let's do this. And then it's like, well, what date? So we just pick a date, like randomly in May. But then our learning was like in early May, there were a bunch of holidays in Europe around May Day and stuff. So we learned that the actual date it matters.
Oh yeah.
So what we did is we settled on the third Thursday of May, ultimately to be the day. Because we in the first couple of years, we said, okay, so let's try this date, and let's do this date. But obviously you want to be consistent so that people can put it on their calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was our biggest learning experience was around that, is you really need to be thoughtful about the date, and we weren't in the beginning.
Wow.
But other than that, I mean, if I could, like, wish list items, I mean, I wish we could have more of our material translated into more languages.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting there slowly, but I'd like our stuff to be translated in all the official languages of the UN.
Wow.
Just even our basic material that we have on our website. Maybe not all of it, but just some of the activities and what GAD is all about.
Yeah, that's definitely got to be a huge effort.
Yeah.
So I got one more question
Sure.
for you here. If you could go back in time, in a time machine, and give yourself and even Joe one solid piece of advice, what do you think that would be?
Other than get sleep, that's a good one. Give me a second to think about that one. If we could be better organized around it ourselves. But so I know that might be a lame answer, but that's the only thing I could think of. But what I should say about that, though, it's amazing because we at this point don't have to do much.
Mm-hmm.
People are bugging us, asking us, so what should we be doing for GAD, blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. Like at this point, we're providing the platform, which is GAD,
Mm-hmm.
and we're just inviting people to celebrate it. As long as it involves digital access and inclusion, we're inviting people to do whatever they want with it. And sure, the third Thursday of May is the date that we have it, but we have people who, for whatever reason, they can only get a space like a day before or the week before or whatever. If they want to connect with GAD, like I said, as long as it has to do with digital access and inclusion, and as long as it has to do with raising awareness, so long as it's not like 5 months out,
Mm-hmm.
but as long as it's part of it and celebrates what we're trying to do, Joe and I are just so happy and just so thrilled that so many people just take this on, and so we feed off of everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
We're all this the day of, I don't think Joe and I get that much sleep, either of us, because we're busy monitoring tweets and this and that, and it's just it's an amazing day. We are just so thankful to the communities, both the mainstream community, the accessibility community, the community of people with disabilities who've embraced this thing.
Yeah, I just think it's so cool to see so many people that are just gravitating towards accessibility in light of something that's a very positive experience. I mean, I always like challenges, and accessible technology is always challenging.
Yes.
But to see people get excited about that challenge and celebrate it on a day like GAD is so amazing. So, man, I'm thankful to have this day, this upcoming day to celebrate and everything, and it's what led me to here talking with you. And
Isn't that interesting, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks again, and for those interested, www.globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org, and from there you can get to our Facebook page and our Twitter handle.
Great. Well, thank you, Jennison. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Let me
Jeremy.
shake your hand there.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us. I'm Ken Wardinsky, Chief Information Officer for North Idaho College. I'm joined by Jeremy Seda, our Assistive Technology Coordinator, and our Vice President for Finance and Business, Mr. Chris Mark. And so, Chris, one of the questions that we get all the time is, how do you make an accessible technology program really successful on a campus? And aside from the buy-in of leadership, which I think we really have strongly on our campus, is really how do you finance something like this? So can you speak to maybe how we got this going?
Absolutely. I think a big part of it for us was just that awareness piece, and I'm going to give IT all the credit for bringing this forward and letting us know, hey, this is a real need, and this is how it has impacts for our students and our community. And from that conversation, we really went into a planning session where we tried to figure out how could we possibly meet these needs that have been identified. And that really started as a conversation with our legislature, letting them know really clearly what the need was and building a case for support to say, here's all the ways that we're not probably meeting our benchmark of where we want to be with accessibility, and here's how we could get there. And so that was actually a 2-year conversation with our legislature where we actually put forward this as a legislative priority to the state of Idaho to say, here's how important accessibility is, here's how it impacts our students, but beyond that, our community. And I think for me personally, what made that so powerful was the conversations that I got to have with you and with others in our IT department to really show, and this is how it impacts you as a community member. And so when we do televised meetings or events, we're leaving out a significant portion of our population if we haven't thought about accessibility. When you come on our campus and you attend an event, you may or may not be able to be part of that conversation depending on what our accessibility was. And crafting that into a story where our legislators and the legislature as a whole could understand this is how this fits and this is what it really, really is. And so for me, that's the story, is we tried to take accessibility and put it into the framework of this is how you would interact with this, or how other individuals, students, community members would interact with accessibility.
And that's really led to a really good separate fund specifically for this, which has allowed us to get positions like Jeremy's as an accessibility coordinator and really have events like this event that we're having today and really kind of promote that community awareness and things like that. And then Jeremy, you and me have really talked that it's really beyond accessible technology, and that we really want to approach this from a universal access standpoint, universal design, and those kind of elements. And so to that point, I know on the building side of the house that you manage as well, we've really tried to incorporate not only the accessible technology, but things such as handicap spots and elevators and things like that. Can you talk to some of the other elements that we are incorporating into our new buildings?
Absolutely, and I think that's true. It's become a larger conversation about how we approach universal design. And so we've always tried to make sure that there were handicap accessible restrooms and that there were ramps, but beyond that now, even how you interact with the building. And so some of our security technology that we're adding, the beacons, emergency notifications that light up or have other, they don't just make noise, that they light up, they have a message on them so that everyone who's in that building can interact with them depending on their level of accessibility, trying to ensure that we're being thoughtful and mindful, but we're going into the design process with really accessibility in mind with each feature that we're putting in. Everything from how we set furniture and furniture that's accessible in classrooms to the technology piece, trying to look at this as a whole package and not piecemeal it together anymore like we may have done in the past.
Right. And I think it's been really successful for us in general. Do you guys agree?
Oh, absolutely. I think with the emergency alert systems on campus, it's been very cool to see how we can implement this technology that really is going to reach everybody. I mean, you would have to try really hard not to be notified in the case of an emergency. And it's one of those things that kind of goes overlooked because we don't deal with an emergency every single day. And I think that really putting a focus on that, if the need did arise, we'll feel a lot safer knowing that, hey, there's these systems in place that are clearly going to notify everybody and keep everybody safe.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other element of a successful technology program is really kind of having that culture trying to change their opinions. So Chris, from your seat, what have you really seen from the NIC culture of how they approach wanting to either get services or new things that cost money as it relates to the kind of the efforts that we've done from the accessibility technology front?
I've seen this firsthand. I think we've done some recent remodels on campus, and what came to mind when I knew this was working is when I got a phone call about we found this great tool, we think it's accessible, and the conversation immediately was, have you talked to Jeremy? Have we looked at this from our scorecard to make sure that it really is accessible, or is this just something that we think is accessible? And does it parlay with everything else that we're trying to do? So we've got kiosks on campus that are, I would use the word legacy kiosks, and there was a decision to upgrade those kiosks, and the first question that came into it was, we want to make sure these are accessible. And so I knew when that conversation started, when I'm getting a phone call about, hey, are we sure this is checked the box, that it's accessible, we've done our homework, that this has moved beyond kind of an isolated thing that the college does to a larger culture of trying to make sure that we're inclusive, we're accessible, and that we're doing our very best to meet the needs of our students and our community. And so I thought that was a win.
Absolutely. I think making sure that we go past just buying something that is labeled ADA accessible or ADA accessible or anything like that is very important, because you know, there are companies out there that use that as a marketing tool, and you know, that's a good starting point, but we definitely got to vet those hardware and software out there that to ensure that it is compliant.
And we've also found that many vendors don't necessarily offer voluntary
Good.
product accessibility template, VPAT,
Great job.
VPAT if you will. And so thank you to Jeremy, because we really do hold our vendors accountable for those products that we do to make sure that they are actually addressing this. And we've actually started to exempt vendors if they can't provide that information either. So I think there's some gains just on the purchasing aspect of how we even acquire these services.
Absolutely. That's been so helpful too, just from, with a large entity and a large organization. You know, my office obviously we're the first line of defense on all these purchases, and it's great to say, have you run this through, and is it accessible? Does it meet our design standards? And is it a vendor that we know actually backs up their product with actual verification? And so that's been really a helpful process for us to have that.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your support of our Accessible Technology program. We'll take it back to you. Hey everyone, welcome back to Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. We hope that you liked our pre-can videos that we had at the beginning of the show. I'm here with our student ASNIC president, Peter Soderberg. Peter, one of the things that we're really trying to do is bring the conference to everyone that can't be here today. And you and me have talked a lot about student advocacy and bringing technology to the students. So can you kind of explain what ASNIC's role has been in really making all of this great accessible technology we're about to see here today available to students?
Yeah, so ASNIC is the Associated Students of North Idaho College, so we really try to represent all students here on campus. And one of the ways that we do that is to make sure that all students have a fantastic student experience here, and they are aware and have the availability of those resources here on campus. So ASNIC has been working with GAD to promote the accessibility in like the club room with the universal computers. So we're raising awareness to the students to say, hey, these are options for you if you would rather have a computer with a touch screen, and it's also open for all students. So that's one way that we're really trying to promote that.
And we partner with you to identify other areas that we kind of maybe overlooked initially too. So we have accessible workstations in the library, and we're going to be rolling them out to our outreach sites and our distance sites and that. And I know that the ASNIC room has really been excited about having it there for you and your senators too.
Yeah, it really is an exciting time, especially with it being so populated with students. It's nice to be able to have that option for all students.
Yep. And then another reason for today and bringing all these events to you, the audience, is there's so many more accessible technology things that we have to show you in technology, and it's really building awareness of what's out there for everybody. And especially at the end of the day, what we're here for is student success, for learner success, and for our community success. So Peter, I'm excited for the event today. I hope you learn as much as I do throughout this day. Thank you for taking a little bit of time with me right now, and I will see you later.
Thank you so much.
All right. Hi everyone. I'm here with Dennis Foster from Vision Matters. Dennis, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you kind of talk about your role at Vision Matters and what you guys do for the community?
You bet. Vision Matters is a company headquartered in Woodinville, Washington. We have a presence across the Northwest. I'm the owner of Vision Matters, and we have a team of people in Western Washington, Eastern Washington, and in Montana. And our business is centered around helping the low vision community and even those living with blindness have access to the things they need to see. Whether it's just daily reading needs or students in a school classroom setting. Being able to access the things that the teacher hands out and see what the teacher might be doing in the front of the class. So we have technology that basically magnifies, and we have devices that would also convert text to speech. Maybe talk about those in a little bit detail. That's essentially what we do. So we work with people in every demographic, from children in elementary school all the way through seniors living independently in their homes, and everyone in between.
Well, that's wonderful. I think you've got some great stuff to show us today. You want to kind of highlight some of the tech that you have for us?
You bet. Some of the portable devices we have, the Pebble from Enhanced Vision, primarily we represent the products from Enhanced Vision. Pebble being one of the portable video magnifiers that people can take to the grocery store, read a restaurant menu, any of those mobile applications where they need magnification to be able to read. And so, yeah, the Pebble, you can see we can magnify text. The Pebble allows people to change contrast, things that are important for the vision impairment. It has a handle, and so if a person prefers to use it like they're accustomed to using their larger magnifiers, they can use it with adjustable magnification because they need flexibility. That's a portable device. We have other portable devices with larger screens. We have a portable battery-powered device with a 12-inch screen, so it gives people a larger view. We also have, here is an Acrobat. This is a device that's very frequently used in a school classroom setting, and this again is the device that allows a student to read their material on their desktop, but they can hit the camera to look at the front of the classroom, follow a teacher wherever the teacher might be going.
So both near and far zoom.
So both near and far. The same student that might use an Acrobat in an elementary setting where they're moving from classroom to classroom, ultimately goes to junior high or high school, and now they're moving from classroom to classroom. And Enhanced Vision has developed the Transformer, and we call it the Transformer because as a battery-powered device, this folds up into a nice compact little package, and with a little carrying case, a student can take this from classroom to classroom, and it has all of the same capability that we have in the Acrobat, the camera that magnifies printed material on the desktop, and yet can pivot the camera to distance vision. Transformer also has the ability to convert text to speech, so a student could listen to documents being read to them. And it connects to a laptop computer, to an iPad, to any device that the student might be using as their display. It can connect to Wi-Fi, and it has Wi-Fi built into the Transformer, so we're not depending on Wi-Fi as most people do. Right. And so we are wirelessly connected to that iPad. Yeah. it's a neat little product. We have other devices that strictly convert text to speech, and I think probably one of the more exciting devices is a new device from a company called Orcam. That is the name of this product. Orcam is a small camera that magnetically attaches to a user's eyeglasses. It could be eyeglasses, sunglasses, but with Orcam we have a global OCR device. The camera looks in front of the user's face, and all I have to do is present reading material to the Orcam, and with a tap of the camera, it'll convert an entire page of text to speech.
Oh, wow.
So a person who's more severely visually impaired for magnification is not really very exciting technology, because not only can it read material on your can, but if I'm walking in the store and I need to read an aisle sign, I can simply point to the aisle sign, and the camera will convert that text to speech and read fermented bread, pickle, whatever, so I know what I am. It reads currency, so if I held a $5 bill in front of the camera, it would tell me $5. Reads barcodes, and also does facial recognition, so it would tell me an unknown person like yourself. It would say a man is in front of me, but I can train the device on faces that are important to me, and when a friend or family member steps in front of me, it will state their name. It's amazing technology with a lot more innovation.
You have some wonderful tech here. Those are cool. I love how the technology is getting smaller and smaller and smaller because it's just so much more friendly for people who are using the device. So can you tell the people that are watching how do we get hold of you?
Well, you can reach us on our webpage, www.visionmatters.net, and we have actually a little video there that shows in 3 minutes real people using technology, so it's a senior using a tabletop reading machine, or a younger person using one of our mobile devices. Through our webpage, you can certainly reach us. Or we have local representation in all of those places. Probably the easiest way to reach us, though, is through our webpage. You can find our
Well, guys, thank you so much for taking time to do some really exciting stuff. And stay tuned for more exciting stuff from the Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Hi everyone, we're here with Barbara Brambilla Smith from the Coeur d'Alene Public Library to talk about the offerings that they have in regards to accessibility. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you kind of talk about your role at the library and what the library has to offer?
Sure, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I work in outreach at the Coeur d'Alene Public Library, and so we try to make the library accessible to anybody. People that are homebound, if you just temporarily can't come in, if you broke your leg skiing or something, we try to serve all those people at home. We have lots of different materials for homebound patrons. We have, our website is open 24/7. Building is ADA accessible. We even serve some of the developmental preschools in town and make our materials and resources accessible to those kids who otherwise wouldn't be able to come down to the library.
That's wonderful. It sounds like you guys have a lot to offer. Can you kind of talk a little bit more in detail about some of those services?
Sure. The material that we have are in lots of different formats. We have, for example, audiobooks on CD, which is a book that you can listen to. We have something called Playaways, which is a more compact version of an audiobook to listen to. Our newest items are ebooks and e-audiobooks, which you can download from our website for free. They check out for 2 weeks. There's a large collection that's growing every week for children as well as adults. We also have large print items for children and adults. Most of the items check out for 4 weeks, and almost all of these services can be accessed from the comfort of your home. We also have a device called a UbiDuo, which is something that we use to communicate with people who are hard of hearing or have no hearing. It's basically a two-way typing device to be able to communicate. And we also have connections with the Idaho State Library, and they have a program called Talking Book Service, which is a service that's available to any Idaho resident who cannot read conventional print. We can qualify for them at the library, and basically everything goes through the mail. It's a little player that plays digital books on cartridges. They have a huge collection of titles, magazines, newspapers. We do have applications for that at the library. We can take those for you. And to access all these services, all you need is a
Can you hear me
library
still?
card. You can apply for one of those online. You can come in with you just need a picture ID and proof of address, and we can get you started with the library card.
Well, Barbara, this is amazing, and I didn't even know that half these services were available. Thank you so much for your time today and joining us in our event, and we look forward to our partnership with the library in the future.
Great, thank you for having me.
Everyone, I'm here with Jeremy Sada again to talk about swell form paper. Jeremy, can you kind of explain to the audience what swell form paper is?
Sure. So it's just like any other paper, except very expensive. So it's kind of nice where you can actually have a diagram or something printed on this, just like you would any other handout for a class or whatnot. But the black is going to actually swell when it goes through this device here, which is called a swell form printer. But really it just uses light and heat to actually react with the black ink and raise that up on the actual paper. So you get a tactile feel. In this case is our event passport. We wanted to make sure that we get the broadest distribution, that we don't have to hand out something special to maybe a blind or low vision user. They get the same passport as everybody else. And it's just something cool that I have never seen done with any other kind of passport.
And so if someone's kind of interested in getting into swell form, what's the normal cost of about a printer for swell form?
They're around $1,000, and I think where they get you is kind of like the printer paper itself. You're looking at about $250, $260 for a sheet like this. And so the unfortunate thing is it's not very forgiving. You want to make sure that your printout looks really good before you actually are going to print it on the actual swell form.
So be sure to do a lot of proofing and everything else before you start printing the paper, just like photo printing and everything else.
Yeah.
All right, well, Jeremy, thank you so much for talking about swell form printing.
Thank you, Ken.
The event's just kicking up here now, so stay tuned for some more good stuff.
I wore this shirt today because I'm like, well, I'm doing all these different things. Then I put the shirt over it, and I'm like, that looks weird. I'm like,
Hi everyone, I'm here with Craig Lytle to talk about the Microsoft HoloLens and augmented reality. So Craig, thank you for joining us today. Can you kind of talk us through what is the HoloLens?
Well, it's an AR headset that uses holograms, and they're superimposed in your environment, so you can still see your environment and the holograms, as opposed to virtual reality, which all you can see is what's in your headset.
So today, obviously, we're talking about accessible technology. How does the HoloLens play to accessible technology? How can we use it to enhance our lives?
Well, there's an app being developed called White Cane, and it's for the visually impaired. It uses sound to map your environment. So, say if you were walking towards the door, when you're looking through the door, the sound is quiet, and if you tilt your head from side to side, when it hits the frame, it makes a louder noise, kind of like sonar.
Oh, that's cool. So are there other kind of uses for this besides like the White Cane thing?
Yeah, there's another app, and it's for the hearing impaired. The person wears the headset, and whoever they want to talk to, what they see is there's an avatar on the person's shoulder. And whenever they speak, the avatar signs what they say.
So they get that visual feedback right away from a hologram.
Correct.
That's pretty cool. So how does it work? I mean, there's no computer tied to this thing or anything, so can you kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, it's all self-contained in here, and you don't have to have any, like you said, any computer to be tethered to it, so that way you have more mobility. And it's just all in there, and then it projects the holograms onto the lens inside of here.
And it looks like it's pretty light, too. It's not really heavy on you when you wear it?
It's not too bad.
Cool. So how does a person go about getting one of these?
You go to Microsoft.com/HoloLens, and there are other companies working on the AR headsets as well.
Well, thanks for the brief introduction on the HoloLens. For more information about the HoloLens and kind of a deeper dive of actual usage of it, stay tuned in our broadcast. Hi everyone, I'm here with Brianna, who's a student here at North Idaho College. Brianna, thanks for joining me to kind of grab the office here and just do a quick interview. Could you explain to everyone kind of what program you're doing this year?
So I recently switched my major to American Sign Language Studies, so my goal is to be an interpreter in the future. So that's pretty exciting. The Nick Signers Club is also here, and they are sort of involved with the deaf community, and they do all sorts of like fundraising events, things like that, so it's pretty cool.
Awesome. And so when you walk into an event like this and just see how much North Idaho College is really trying to promote for accessibility, how does that make you feel?
I think it's really cool, and it makes me really proud to go to a campus that really promotes accessibility for every person. And it really, I didn't even realize that there were so many tools and like so many options for all different kinds of people. So I think that's really important. And I think, you know, one big thing that stands out to me is that a person's disability never stopped them from doing anything, but lack of accessibility did. So I think it's really awesome that North Idaho College is doing this.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get back to the event and filling out your passport for those great prizes we have. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ken.
Yep. Thank you. Hopefully you win an Xbox.
He said that was a lot better with the audio. But yeah, he said holding it up here is a lot better. But I know. Smile and nod. We've got approximately 15 minutes because we should have a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go into the deep dive for the HoloLens. Next up will be the Ability app.
Okay.
So we got a few minutes to enjoy /
So I got about 15.
About 15.
I need to get some stickers.
Oh yeah, go get some stickers.
So when Lynn came, we were going over to the reflection lake, and then we decided to go up to the mountain. We were going to go to the reflection lake, but we decided we had time, and we continued up towards the bench lakes.
Bench Lakes?
Yeah.
Right. Are the wildflowers out now?
Oh my God, they are amazing. The Indian paintbrush, the colors, and all those flowers.
My name is Grover. Sean. My name is Ian. I'm Taylor.
My name is Owen, and I am 9.5 years old.
I only have one. And yeah.
I love video games, my friends, my family, and again video games.
Whenever I play it, it makes me feel happy. The fun that you get to have with connecting with your friends.
You make your own rules?
It's his way of interacting with his friends when he can't physically otherwise do it.
When I'm playing with a regular controller, there's some things that don't work for me.
It's difficult for me to use both joysticks and the D-pad at the exact same time.
And it just slowed me down a bunch more, while other people were like,
She's never had the freedom to play at the level she knows she could.
I had never thought it was unfair. I just thought, hey, this is the way it is and it's not gonna change.
What I like about the adaptive controller is that now everyone can play.
I don't even have to look at the controller and just be like looking at the screen like, hey, yep.
You never want your kid to feel like an outsider or an other.
One of the biggest fears early on is, how will Owen be viewed by the other kids? He's not different when he plays.
It's a little challenging, but that's the whole point of gaming. I can hit the buttons just as fast as they can. And I think I can crush my friends.
No matter how your body is or how fast you are, you can play. It's a really good thing to have in this world.
Whilst the evolution of technology has enabled the blind to learn so much more of the world around them,
There, she found some information, I guess.
they've never experienced the emotion and privilege of actually seeing or touching the visual arts.
Yeah, Wikipedia, Venus de Milo. If I click on that, I will get straight there.
Neurodigital, a Spanish tech startup, changed that.
Haptics VR is the technology that brings the sense of touch to virtual reality.
They brought some of the world's most iconic sculptural masterpieces to the blind.
Once you put your hand over a surface, this vibration tells your brain, stop here. Your brain learns that there is a shape.
Laser scans of the original sculptures were used to create 3D models, and a haptic map was added to create a real tactile experience.
This is the nose, mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Perfect.
Oh,
Good.
this is a chin. This is a chin?
No, that's amazing. So the face really feels softer. My left hand is on the chest and the second is on the back. Good Venus.
After months of development, the National Gallery in Prague presented the touching masterpieces experience to the blind and to the world.
I recognized the dress of Venus of Milo. Like, this is the dress, and I said, yes, all right. It was the greatest.
Umělecká díla nevidomým. To je cíl projektu Touching Masterpieces.
Unikátní výstava Touching Masterpieces.
Touching Masterpieces. Pomocí virtuální...
News of Neurodigital's message of digital accessibility continues to spread across mainstream and viral media. And Touching Masterpieces has made an impact, starting a debate amongst the public and tech industry leaders about how much more virtual reality and technology can offer humanity.
Steve? Sorry. I was reading an email that I shouldn't read. All right, you good? 5, 4, 3.
Everyone, I'm back with Craig Lytle. Hello everyone, I'm back with Paul Swim, our Director of Network Technology here at North Idaho College. And this is a more in-depth and hands-on review of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So Paul, we've got a game loaded up here, and we have the configuration setting for all the buttons that we talked about earlier. You want to just kind of walk us through kind of what a setup could look like?
Yeah, definitely. I will say one thing that right now isn't directly compatible with the Xbox. What we do have here is a bone conductive headset, which for people that have hearing disabilities actually sends the audio directly through the bones into the cochlea. So if you have damage to your eardrums, you can still get stereo sound, which is kind of interesting. It is Bluetooth, so if you have a Bluetooth setup that's adaptive for your Xbox, it's a pretty interesting solution. And then all of these wires, there's, like I said before, there's lots of cable management involved still. But once you have it set up the way that you want, you can leave it static. So you can plug all these different items in, and then just with a single touch, change exactly what everything does. So right now we just have a basketball game, and so I can use the big buttons to control it, but I have them wired out to the side here. The different color buttons you would see on the normal controller are over here with one massive red button for the back button. So I can actually resume the game here. I'm going to pick up a very, even though it's Microsoft, this is a very Wii style, which most people know from the nunchuck days. And I can actually come back in and play. I'll be terrible, so don't judge me.
First 1:30 gone here in the first
I can pass and
Durant finds Green.
oh, let's do a shot.
Curry outside.
It actually seems like it's pretty native and pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Once you get the hang of it.
I'm really at rest right now. If I had an issue with carpal tunnel even, I mean, this would be really relaxed and easy to use. I just have my arm at rest. Even though I can stand here, it's very easy to just press the buttons that I need to. I can even have the foot pedals. I actually have 2 foot pedals here. They're up on the table right now, but I can configure those in that setting to be any button configuration that I want
So
to.
if you wanted to pass or shoot or
Yeah.
whatever, you could just use those as foot
And
pedals.
there's 2 buttons on here. I could actually just use my feet in one hand and play the entire game that way.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Or if I have a joystick, there's some people, I had a friend actually who was paraplegic, and it was very difficult for him to be able to use those. So a controller like this, you can rest your hand on it and not necessarily have to push a lot of buttons, but you still want to be able to steer. You're doing a driving game or something like that. It's very accessible. I have another one that's not pictured here. That's a band that you can just lean your arm on gently, or you can even lean your head against if you're in a chair and you just want to be able to use your head. You know, a big button like this or a band like that that just uses soft pressure is a really good option to be able to do different controls. And these are multiple inputs. So like right now, I can go back to the game with the B here, you know, and I can come back here, but I can also use the big button on the controller. So you can have multiple buttons depending on what's more convenient for you at the time. Somebody can switch and be tired with one and switch over to the other. So you can configure multiple inputs, you know, to the same button press, which is really handy.
What he does best.
One other feature that we don't really have pictured here, this does have captioning enabled, and it really depends on the game. One of the challenges with the software development is Microsoft can't make every game developer use the features. So Microsoft makes APIs, and they make software features, or APIs, or application programming interfaces. So developers that make content can build to those features to make their games accessible. People who are familiar with Fortnite and games like that, if you're getting shot at from a direction and it hits you, you'll see a visual indicator on the screen. Those are all accessible, thoughtful type development things that don't have to be in there by default in the game, but even gamers without mobility or disability issues appreciate those features. So it really comes down to the content developers to say, hey, you know, this is what we can do with this. And Microsoft's really making a statement with this kind of a setup to say, hey, we've arrived to the table with the software and hardware features. It's your turn to make content that's accessible.
And then for people looking for games that have closed captioning, can they just find the familiar CC kind of label on those games?
Yeah, I do recommend people look up the game on the developer's website. There's usually a good FAQ. There is the Ability Gamers website also, and also the subreddit on Reddit are pretty good about listing out. Somebody will ask about a game and people can list things in there. But you definitely go to the manufacturer's website and you can get more information there.
But the user base is really on top of this. If you're in the right spots, gives good reviews, kind of pros and cons.
Yeah, and there's challenges sometimes about what you might plug into a USB port. Is it recognized as a human interface device? How do I configure? And there's actually a lot of support in the community for those types of devices. We're actually looking at the Tobii eye tracker and how do we plug that in here to be able to use eye control for games and things like that. As long as the Xbox can detect it as a human interface device, it's actually pretty good at configuring the controls.
Great. Well, thanks for this little bit more in-depth kind of overview of the Xbox.
Yeah.
I think you need to work on your basketball skills.
That's true.
I don't think you'll be going to any of the major schools soon, but that's okay. We'll keep you here as our network director. So thank you very much, Paul, for your time.
No problem.
Hey everyone, I'm here with an outstanding young gentleman, Alex Knoll, to talk about his Ability app. Alex, thank you so much for joining us and being part of our event today. Can you tell the audience kind of about the Ability app and how you got started with everything, and just kind of tell us your story?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to talk to you today. Ability App will be a free app and website that will help people with disabilities navigate public spaces and find safe, reliable services and employment opportunities. So somebody would be able to open up the app and search for, let's say they want to go out to dinner. They would be able to click restaurants, and they would see a list of accessible public spaces, kind of tailored to their unique needs. So if they have a cognitive disability or if they're wheelchair bound, they would be able to click mobility, hearing, cognitive, or sense, or so I'll relist it. So they'd be able to open up the app, and the first screen they would see is to select their disability. So hearing, vision, cognitive, and mobility. So they would be able to click, if they have all of those disabilities, they could click all of those, or if they are wheelchair bound, they would click mobility. They'd be able to search for accessible public spaces. They'd click on a business listing, and they'd be able to see all of the accessible features at that business. So they'd be able to see if that business has a wheelchair ramp at the front door, if there are braille menus available, if there's an elevator at that business. They would be able to see all of that on the business listing. And they'd also be able to find things like in-home care and grocery delivery for services on the app. And then something down the road that will be added to Ability App is the ability for somebody with a disability to find a job on the app. So those will all be listed.
So like Yelp, are they allowed to do their own ratings?
Yes, so right now we have over 1,000 Ability Ambassadors, and those are the people that are going to go out and collect data for the app. And they're all volunteers that will be, they open up the app, they would be able to go through the list of features, and they'd be able to click if it has a wheelchair ramp, braille menus, all of those. And that's something that's open to anyone. And they can sign up on our website, abilityapp.org, right now.
And so what gave you the idea to kind of create this and get it going?
Well, it was about 5 years ago when I saw a man in a wheelchair, and he couldn't open a manual door to store. So I wondered if there was a resource that he could have used, like Ability App, to find accessible public spaces that actually did have an automatic door at the front. And there was an opportunity for me to enter my idea into a program called Invent Idaho, which was offered at my school at the time. And that gave young people the ability to enter their idea into the program. And judges would go through all those ideas, and it would give people, those kids, the ability to kind of share their idea with people. And that was a great platform for me to kind of get the idea out there and get people knowing about it. And since then, I've been speaking to people about, the challenges that people with disabilities face, and that's so far been that's helped me raise money for engineers to help develop the app. And I was lucky enough to receive a check from Ellen DeGeneres and Shutterfly, which really helped kind of get the app off the ground and pay the engineers to get the tool that we have right now ready. So
nice. And so just to remind the audience, what grade are you in right now?
Yes, I'm in 8th grade right now.
In 8th grade, I don't even think I had any ideas at all. So I just want to thank you again for being part of this event, and just thank you for stepping forward and trying to make a difference in our community. It just surprises me every day that we have so many people that are so willing to kind of go outside of their own area and do things like you've done. So amazing job. Keep up the good work, and thank you again so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That was awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm a rambler, so. He's awesome. And we're here to talk about the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So, Paul, can you talk a little bit about the Xbox Adaptive Controller and kind of why it entered into the market?
Well, right now, there's obviously the Xbox controller that they've had forever is really popular with gamers, but it's not great for people with limited mobility. So Microsoft worked with a lot of partners and through a pretty rigorous testing environment to be able to come up with the adaptive controller. And as you can see on the screen, there's lots of different things that you can connect into it. And that was kind of their idea, was how do we make it adaptive? Not just accessible, but adaptive.
Now, I know that the commercials and everything that we've seen from Microsoft really highlight the adaptive controller, but we see there's a lot of different hardware options here. Can you kind of talk to that?
Yeah, that's why they have it this way, is it really depends on the needs of the gamer. There's no way to cater just for Microsoft for all of those things. You'd have to make new hardware products. And so they made one that say all these other hardware partners can build to it. So there's existing joysticks that people use for games already that actually plug into a standard USB port for other kind of human interface or HID devices. There's actually foot pedals, so if somebody has limited mobility with their hands, they can configure whatever button they want on the controller to work with foot pedals. There's different sizes of buttons. There's obviously the standard colors of the controller, but you can actually change those colors out to be whatever button you want. And then those are extensible to be like up on someone's wheelchair or up on a chair or up on a table, whatever is easiest. And there's cable management, but that's an issue for every gamer.
So they really made it kind of where you can just kind of build the design to however you need it to work.
Correct.
Yep. So just like our gaming setups, when we have to, just the way we want to, we can do the same thing with the adaptive controller.
Exactly.
And so what about the software side of the house for like profiles and different things? As you switch games, how do you kind of switch those settings around? Do you have to go back to the scratch every time?
No, actually, just like any other gamer, Microsoft built that into the system. This is actually the Xbox One's configuration for the accessibility controller. You can actually go back and see we have the two different controllers. This is the standard one, but then you can go in and configure just like any other controller. And here I have two profiles that I built, and you can actually switch between those with the press of a button. So I can choose to edit this configuration, and I can save that, and then on the fly I just push this button and it automatically switches all the buttons to another profile instantly. So one player can switch between two profiles if they're on a map in a game and then they want to kill bad guys. They need two different controller setups to navigate those two things. Or if they have another limited mobility individual they're playing with, they can switch and the other person can take over and just switch with the button.
So I just see a bunch of wires and everything else here. It kind of looks like it might be kind of hard to set up. Can you kind of talk to how easy it is to set up and get going and get everything going the way you want?
The first time it's actually pretty easy. This is pretty intuitive because on the back of the controller it's labeled with the symbols that everyone's pretty familiar with throughout gaming history. So all of the buttons on the back, each of these individual ones use a 3.5mm jack like a headphone. And so as long as it works with that or with the USB port, pretty much the sky is the limit.
And so for somebody that's really kind of excited about this like I am, and I want to kind of see this in action, so to speak, are there anywhere on the web or anything like that that kind of really highlights gamers using this today?
Yeah, there's actually some nonprofits. I think Ability Gamers is one, and then also on Twitch there's a lot of streamers with different types of limited mobility and disability and things. There's there's people streaming with Tourette's, people streaming that have to be horizontal the entire time they game. Broly Legs is one that plays in Street Fighter and Smash Brothers tournaments, and he's actually some of the top ranked in the world.
And so everything we see here today is available today, so how do I go about getting my own?
You can buy the Xbox controller direct from Microsoft and different outlets, and then obviously anything else that you want to plug in, as long as it has those kind of inputs, USB or the 3.5mm jack, you can buy those from third parties and then configure those.
Well, this is really exciting and awesome, and it's about gaming, which is great for many computer nerds like ourselves. Please, later in our show, we'll have a little bit more in depth and me and Paul hands-on with the Xbox adaptive controller. Hi everyone, I'm here with Lindsay Meyer to talk about tools for students with spectrum autism disorder. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. I think I got that right. Could you kind of explain what your role is?
Sure. I work in the Disability Support Office, and I'm a specialist in autism spectrum disorders and neurodevelopmental disorders. So I work with a lot of students here on campus.
And so can you kind of explain what spectrum autism disorder is?
Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, it refers to a broad range of conditions that are characterized by challenges with social skills, repetitive behaviors, speech, nonverbal communication. It's kind of we know that autism, there's not one autism, there's a lot of subtypes within that spectrum, and so each person has different strengths and challenges.
So what kind of challenges do students normally face when they have ASD?
Well, here on campus, each student is very different. There's kind of a common saying in the autism community that if you know one person with autism, you know one person with autism. So it's very different for each student, but some of the common things we see are trouble with executive functioning, kind of time management, anxiety, testing is one of our biggest challenges. Handwriting, for some reason, is a common challenge for students. So we have a lot of supports in place, to help with some of those barriers.
And so what are some of those tools and resources that we do have available to
Yeah, well, we have a testing center with private rooms here on campus, and we have, within those private rooms, we have noise canceling headphones, we have music, we can have total silence, because there's students with ASD have usually heightened or sensory systems, or the opposite, kind of very low sensory systems, I guess. And so we can remove clocks, or we can remove any stimulus smells, things like that in the testing rooms. We can work with teachers on assignments, getting some flexibility there. We can provide technology, and I do have a big packet full of great apps for note-taking, time management, things like that, planning.
Yeah, I know we were very intentional. I think we have 8 private testing rooms now in our testing center. We've really expanded that.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen a lot more success with students feeling more comfortable in their surroundings so that they actually can concentrate on the test.
Yeah, we do. We're really fortunate that NIC saw that need and provides that to students. And we can also, kind of in lab rooms, we have some ability to create a environment that's more comfortable for testing, not just for students with ASD, but all students kind of have some struggles with testing. Right. It seems like so it's.
And even studying, I know, because you have some areas in your office, and I think we're looking at some in the library as well to try to build those in. So just continually trying to make things universally accessible for everybody.
We are, yeah. And another thing that's kind of a universal design that really helps folks with spectrum disorders, but every student is, a lot of teachers are starting to record their classes, so students that have trouble with the note-taking and kind of multitasking, that's a great service for them, so they can rewatch the class later, after school. So that's a new way of doing things that helps everybody.
And then the ability to add the captioning now easier to those as well.
Yeah, so it's pretty great.
Well, Lindsay, thank you for taking the time to be with us today, and just thank you for all that you do for our students at NIC.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. It's great.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. I'm joined by Donna Pedersen, part of our IT team here. Donna, thank you so much for joining me. Could you maybe explain your role at NIC and how that relates to accessible technology?
Sure. I am the Instructional Technology Analyst for North Idaho College, and I am here because I'm excited to demonstrate and be a part of global accessibility and demonstrate the Tobii eye tracker.
Awesome, and we're here talking about eye tracking technology, so can you kind of explain what eye tracking is?
Eye tracking devices use infrared technology and cameras to create a 3D version of what you're looking at.
Wonderful, and I see you've got it kind of set up here. Do you want to give us maybe a quick demo of it?
Sure, I can demonstrate the chat version of Tobii eye tracker and Windows eye control.
Hello. Goodbye. Yes.
So the person just focuses on the word that they want to be said, and they can choose a voice as well. Or they can type different words, and it will come up depending on the quickness of your speed. And then you can pause the entire program.
Oh, wonderful. So who benefits from using this kind of software?
Many people, anyone from someone suffering from paralysis, spinal cord injury, to ALS or cerebral palsy. Additionally, there's temporary conditions such as repetitive strain injury. You can use this as something to assist you while you're healing.
And we saw during the demo you weren't using your hands at all. It seemed like it was a little bit delayed in sometimes, but is it fairly easy to kind of get used to and start using?
I slowed it way down on purpose because I need to practice more. But as a person gets more familiar with it, they can speed it up just like you can speed up your mouse.
And are these available today, readily for anybody?
For anybody, you can order the Tobii eye tracker on Amazon.
Wonderful. For a better example of how this is used in the real world, stay tuned for this video. Donna, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Taco Bell in Guatemala and currently has 54 stores. We've been growing exponentially. We have millions of transactions in our servers in the cloud. Otto was the one that showed us this perfect tool for us to manage all this information.
Guatemala is very competitive in the hotel business, and Otto developed a dashboard in Power BI where we could see all the rates that we were publishing and compare them with our competition.
The telecommunications business is always changing, so you need to be able to analyze a lot of information in a small amount of time. Working with Otto has been an amazing experience. He has no limitations, and he has been helping us quite a lot.
Otto was very important in Guatemala because he managed all the implementation of the system of the ATMs, and he introduced business intelligence for the industry in the banking. 20 years ago, he was diagnosed with ALS, that was Lou Gehrig disease.
I could not imagine doing nothing, so I became a data analyst, helping local businesses put in place strategies around data. I had learned to use my feet to operate a foot mouse so I could type with the on-screen keyboard.
I'm a Windows insider, and Windows 10 came with eye tracking feature, and I think it was amazing. This is a very good feature for people that has challenge with mouse or keyboards. After that, I made some posts in my blog and auto-read. This is the moment that starts all the history.
It would not be polite to tell you what I yelled when I read Juan Manuel's blog post. I immediately contacted him and said that I wanted to try it.
It's very easy to implement because it's immersed in Windows. You can work with all the applications that you run in Windows. Office, Notepad, Power BI, even WhatsApp web, only with eye tracking. The productivity of Otto rise with eye tracking, and the interaction was very fluid and very easy.
I can type faster now, as if I had my own hands back, after many years of not having the mobility to type on a regular keyboard. I became independent and can interact directly with clients when I have questions or need to explain something. I can also communicate with my loved ones much better.
This feature of eye tracking is a very good example for the mission of Microsoft, that is build software for better life in the persons.
I was given 2 to 5 years to live, and 20 years have gone by. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Even with a terminal disease, you can still do things with a positive attitude. My top goal is to become the oldest MVP for Microsoft.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Saral Kastning at Global Accessibility Awareness Day at North Idaho College. Saral, thank you so much for joining us. Can you kind of explain what your role here is at NIC?
Yeah, I'm the sign language interpreter here. So basically I provide the accommodations of sign language interpreter for interpreting for all of our deaf students or hard of hearing students, anybody who uses sign language as an accommodation for classes.
And so a big question out there is, in general, what is American Sign Language?
American Sign Language is a visual language that uses space to communicate any concept or ideas using hand shape, location, movement, facial expression, and palm orientation to communicate those ideas.
And so when you're communicating with a person who has hearing loss or is deaf, what is the best way to communicate if you don't necessarily know American Sign Language?
If you don't know American Sign Language or don't have access to an interpreter, the best way is just to use your phone. Technology is everywhere around us. We always have our phones with us. So using the notepad, or there's many apps out there that allow for like voice recognition into text and then allows them to just text back. So yeah, finding an app or even just using the notepad, texting back and forth works as well. And deaf people really appreciate that effort that you make.
And so when we're referring to people that do have hearing loss, what is the most politically correct term to actually use without really offending somebody? Because we definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, so Deaf and hard of hearing, actually. And deaf actually kind of encompasses the cultural identity of people who have hearing loss. And so even though people try to be politically correct, oftentimes they use hearing impaired, and that's actually a misconception out there. So yeah, they prefer that you use the term deaf and hard of hearing when referring to those individuals who are a part of the deaf culture and community and have a hearing loss.
And so a lot of people wonder, why is it always required that you actually have ASL or signers or interpreters available? Can you kind of explain what the requirements are?
Yeah, so in 1990, when the Americans with Disabilities Law was passed, that basically said that anybody with a disability, private and public businesses or employers are supposed to provide equal access. And for deaf individuals, that means communication, equal communication. And so for individuals whose first language is American Sign Language, that means to provide an interpreter to grant that equal access. So thanks to the ADA law of 1990 is why you see interpreters in events and in job interviews and on college campuses.
And so for someone coming in, I see whether it be a student or a community member in that, and they are looking for an interpreter or interpretive services, how would they go about getting that service?
So the first stop would be DSS office, Disability Support, over in Cider Hall, and then we kind of have a meeting, or you can email. My email is out there on our DSS webpage, and we kind of start the process of that, and then you register for classes, and we make that accommodation.
Wonderful. And then we do have events available to the public, and we have that service available. We'll be sure to publicize that, and then we have events sign up for that. Just like this event today, if you needed that service, you can get that. Sarah, I just want to say, I'm trying to learn some ASL here, but thank you so much for taking the time today. I hope you're enjoying our event, and thank you so much for the information.
Yeah.
Great job.
Does this map show the Peninsula Trail?
Peninsula Trail. You won't find that on a map. I'll take you there. You hungry? Me too. Take this left. Now don't eat just yet. Feel the wind? If you listen real hard, you can hear the whales. This is my favorite part of the forest. Oh. Shh. Just listen. You hear that?
Our Subaru Outback lets us see the world. Sometimes in ways we never imagined.
People think that having a disability is a barrier. But that's not the way I see it. You can catch up with friends.
Ready?
You can capture a moment with your family.
One face, small face, focus lock.
And you can start the day bright and early. You can take a trip to somewhere new.
To the summit.
You can concentrate on every word of a story.
A bird began to sing. Jack opened his eyes.
You can take the long way home. Or edit a film like this one. When technology is designed for everyone, it lets anyone do what they love, including me.
Hello everyone, I'm back with Paul Swim, our Director of Network Technology here at North Idaho College. And this is a more in-depth and hands-on review of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So Paul, we've got a game loaded up here, and we have the configuration setting for all the buttons that we talked about earlier. You want to just kind of walk us through kind of what a setup could look like?
Yeah, definitely. I will say one thing that right now isn't directly compatible with the Xbox. What we do have here is a bone conductive headset, which for people that have hearing disabilities actually sends the audio directly through the bones into the cochlea. So if you have damage to your eardrums, you can still get stereo sound, which is kind of interesting. It is Bluetooth, so if you have a Bluetooth setup that's adaptive for your Xbox, it's a pretty interesting solution. And then all of these wires, there's, like I said before, there's lots of cable management involved still. But once you have it set up the way that you want, you can leave it static. So you can plug all these different items in, and then just with a single touch, change exactly what everything does. So right now we just have a basketball game, and so I can use the big buttons to control it, but I have them wired out to the side here. The different color buttons you would see on the normal controller are over here with one massive red button for the back button. So I can actually resume the game here. I'm going to pick up a very, even though it's Microsoft, this is a very Wii style, which most people know from the nunchuck days. And I can actually come back in and play. I'll be terrible, so don't judge me.
First 1:30 gone here in the first.
I can pass and.
Durant finds Green.
Oh, let's do a shot.
Outside.
It actually seems like it's pretty native and pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Once you get the hang of it.
I'm really at rest right now. If I had an issue with carpal tunnel even, I mean, this would be really relaxed and easy to use. I just have my arm at rest. Even though I can stand here, it's very easy to just press the buttons that I need to. I can even have the foot pedals. I actually have 2 foot pedals here. They're up on the table right now, but I can configure those in that setting to be any button configuration that I want
So
to.
if you wanted to pass or shoot or
Yeah.
whatever, you could just use those as foot
And
pedals.
there's 2 buttons on here. I could actually just use my feet in one hand and play the entire game that way.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Or if I have a joystick, there's some people, I had a friend actually who was paraplegic, and it was very difficult for him to be able to use those. So a controller like this, you can rest your hand on it and not necessarily have to push a lot of buttons, but you still want to be able to steer. You're doing a driving game or something like that. It's very accessible. I have another one that's not pictured here. That's a band that you can just lean your arm on gently, or you can even lean your head against if you're in a chair and you just want to be able to use your head. You know, a big button like this or a band like that that just uses soft pressure is a really good option to be able to do different controls. And these are multiple inputs. So like right now, I can go back to the game with the B here, you know, and I can come back here, but I can also use the big button on the controller. So you can have multiple buttons depending on what's more convenient for you at the time. Somebody can switch and be tired with one and switch over to the other. So you can configure multiple inputs, you know, to the same button press, which is really handy. One other feature that we don't really have pictured here, this does have captioning enabled, and it really depends on the game. One of the challenges with the software development is Microsoft can't make every game developer use the features. So Microsoft makes APIs, and they make software features, or APIs, or application programming interfaces. So developers that make content can build to those features to make their games accessible. People who are familiar with Fortnite and games like that, if you're getting shot at from a direction and it hits you, you'll see a visual indicator on the screen. Those are all accessible, thoughtful type development things that don't have to be in there by default in the game, but even gamers without mobility or disability issues appreciate those features. So it really comes down to the content developers to say, hey, you know, this is what we can do with this. And Microsoft's really making a statement with this kind of a setup to say, hey, we've arrived to the table with the software and hardware features. It's your turn to make content that's accessible.
And then for people looking for games that have closed captioning, can they just find the familiar CC kind of label on those games?
Yeah, I do recommend people look up the game on the developer's website. There's usually a good FAQ. There is the Ability Gamers website also, and also the subreddit on Reddit are pretty good about listing out. Somebody will ask about a game and people can list things in there. But you definitely go to the manufacturer's website and you can get more information there.
But the user base is really on top of this. If you're in the right spots, gives good reviews,
Yeah.
kind of pros and cons.
Yeah, and there's challenges sometimes about what you might plug into a USB port. Is it recognized as a human interface device? How do I configure? And there's actually a lot of support in the community for those types of devices. We're actually looking at the Tobii eye tracker and how do we plug that in here to be able
Right.
to use eye control for games and things like that. As long as the Xbox can detect it as a human interface device, it's actually pretty good at configuring the controls.
Great. Well, thanks for this little bit more in-depth kind of overview of the Xbox.
Yeah.
I think you need to work on your basketball skills.
That's true.
I don't think you'll be going to any of the major schools soon, but that's okay. We'll keep you here as our network director. So thank you very much, Paul, for your time.
No problem.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Bob Gibson, our instructional technology engineer here at North Idaho College. Bob, thanks for joining us. We're here to talk about assistive listening devices. So Bob, can you tell us a little bit about assisted listening devices and what they are and how they work?
Yes, assisted listening devices are basically a personal speaker system for the ear. So basically, instead of using the house audio with the speakers in the house, you have a personal device here that you stick in the ear, and you can actually adjust the volume level so that it's comfortable for you and you can distinguish what is being said or heard from the program. So it's basically a really nice little personal device in your hands.
So I can basically pick up the microphone from what the person at the front of the stage is saying and then just have it in my ear the whole time.
Yep.
And then if I have a hearing aid, do these tie into these as well?
Yes, some hearing aids actually work with the assisted listening device, so you don't actually need a receiver.
Okay.
It actually syncs right with the person's hearing aid. Most people still use the assisted hearing device even if they have a hearing aid because room noise, the acoustics in the room, may still interfere with quality of sound. So people want to remove that distance by having the sound directly going into the ear.
And so how would I know if it's available in an event that I'm attending?
Oh, that's a great question. In most rooms, you'll see this little logo that shows the ear and assisted listening. This is the universal logo that tells people that assisted listening devices are available in that room. If you don't see that logo in the room, then you can request access to a device, and portable systems like you're seeing here on the table are available, and basically the speaker wears a little headset and a microphone and it transmits to the receiver.
Awesome. And we have these available here at NIC for our events as well?
Yes, we have them for both classrooms, and we have several classrooms that have systems built into them, and you'll see the logo. And if you don't have, if the classroom doesn't have one, or it's too small, you go to the Department of Disability Services, make a request, and they pick up one of our portable kits, and they deliver it to the instructor and the person who needs assisted hearing.
And then for our audience members listening, I think one of the things that's maybe not known is anybody can request access to these, right?
Yes, because even if you don't have hearing loss, the room may be noisy again, and having an assisted hearing device in your ear makes it easier for you to pick up what's being said. Also, let's say your native language is not English and you need an interpreter. These assisted listening devices can actually be used as an interpreting device, where an interpreter is listening to the audio, speaking into one of the microphones, and the person with Spanish or German or French, whatever, is listening to the conversation in their native language.
So there's a lot of great use for this. Bob, thank you for talking about assisted listening systems today. I appreciate your time. For more information about assistive listening systems and what's available at NIC, please visit our event page at www.nic.edu/A11Y. Hi everyone, I'm here with Don Bros and Callan from the NIC Signers Club. Just want to be able to actually bring you guys in today. Are you enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, it's been awesome.
It's been pretty great. So can you kind of tell the audience just about the NIC Signers Club and what kind of things you're doing around campus?
Our mission is to unite the deaf and hearing community in the community, and basically we're just get together and sign as much as we possibly can and organize events and sponsor scholarships.
And so what kind of events do you guys have coming up or currently that we can get excited about?
Tonight, actually, we have a big fundraiser going on at Skate Plaza from 6 to 8 p.m. and that all the proceeds go to support a scholarship here at NIC.
Nice. And so how can a student actually start getting involved in the Signers Club?
You can find us on Cardinal Sync, you can find us on Facebook, and you can just come to the meetings and start getting involved.
And so, Cal, how long have you been in the Signers Club?
I have just been in it for 2 semesters now, but I'm already the vice president, which is kind of cool. It's just a really great club with a really good message and a good goal.
Well, thank you for so much that you're doing. Thank you for offering students the ability to get involved in clubs in general. And I really appreciate all that you're doing for our community and events and just the volunteer work that you guys also do from your club. So thank you both so much for being here and being part of our GAD event. Thank you. Good job.
Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm here with our exceptional librarians, Brian and Sam, to talk about the history of accessible technology. Brian and Sam, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell our audience kind of what your role here is in NIC?
Sure, of course, Ken. I'm the Public Services Collection Development Librarian, and so I'm responsible for the front end, all public-facing services in the library.
And I'm Sam, and I am the Circulation ILL Supervisor, so I'm in charge of checking out materials to be students.
Awesome. And today you kind of have developed a history of accessible technology for us. Can you kind of explain what you have for everyone?
Sure. So we have put together a PowerPoint, and basically we kind of run through some important developments in the 19th century and 20th century in relation to disabilities. So it's not completely comprehensive, but we think we touch on a lot of interesting aspects.
Nice. What did you say the most interesting fact in your research that you found out was?
I think what I discovered was how many of the inventors either had disabilities themselves or had someone close in their lives who had a disability, which kind of drove them to try to solve a problem.
Nice. And aside from the history of accessibility, we also have a lot of the accessibility technology we've looked at today in the library, correct?
That's correct. I'll let Sam talk about that.
We have 2 universal workstations in the library, and so they have all of the technology that you'll see over at that station as well. And they receive a lot of use and are pretty well accepted. So.
Right, and we also have assisted listening devices available for anybody that needs it.
Correct. Yes. And I actually don't know much about that, right?
Yeah. Well, those are fairly recent in the library, so we haven't seen as much use with those, but we're hoping to get the word out and have more people utilize it.
And we are looking forward to putting even more technology in the library to make sure that everyone can use the library effectively. And then another little known fact is that the NIC library here on campus is available to the public, correct?
Correct. Yeah, any public user can come in and use our space.
And our technology.
And our resources.
Well, thank you so much for this brief little history. I look forward to hearing the PowerPoint later. For more information about the NIC library, please visit the library page at www.nic.edu/library. Hi everyone, I'm sitting here at the Ednetics booth at the Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day. I'm here with James Hersey and Scott Decaux. First, thank you guys so much. Ednetics was one of our big sponsors that made our giveaways, if you're here at the event physically today, possible. So just a huge thank you for all that you guys do, and really been a great partner with North Idaho College in the past. And so, James, I'll leave it to you. Do you want to kind of explain Ednetics and what you guys do for the community, and in general what we have at your booth today?
Thanks, Ken. Yes, so at Ednetics, we're a information technology provider of core IT solutions. So that would include unified communications, voice systems, networking, wired and wireless, data center solutions, both on-prem and in the cloud, and then physical security solutions, which would include surveillance cameras, access control, and emergency notification tied into this voice/unified communication system is what we're demonstrating today. The ability to have an emergency notification system that can send alerts to multiple types of endpoints. And then Scott's with our Ednetics Voice business unit, and his group's responsible for tying all this technology together and delivering on the solution. And he can give you a little bit more detail on that.
All right, so Scott, you're up here next talking about the alert systems that you have for us.
Sure, I'll just show it to you real quick. So today we're showcasing
showcasing. Is this live still? Can we cut that? Can you roll that back? All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. This is single wire Informacast that we're showing today. It's tied together with a Cisco phone system. One of the things that's important to us that when emergencies happen, that people can get notified where they're at. And lots of times that includes a mobile device. So I'll show you a quick little demonstration here. From a mobile device now, we're able to send emergency notifications like this one. This is just going to be a test, not too alerting to anyone. But from the mobile device, I'll choose send. It already has pre-programmed who needs to get the message, and immediately they start showing out. Not only on the on-premise type speakers, it would be in public areas, spaces that they can be. What's important to us, especially for this show, is the flashing LEDs that you saw there, and also being able to scroll text that's talking about the emergency that's happening. So audio if you're visually impaired, flashers to get your attention if you're hearing impaired, and then also being able to have multiple ways that you can receive it. So that sound pretty good?
That sounds good. Right. And at North Idaho College, Ednetics is actually our voice provider, so we partnered with them to actually start putting these emergency beacons in our school as well. And again, one of the biggest things for accessibility with that was not only to give an audio cue and a visual cue, but also to actually give instructions or even have pre-recorded instructions available too, so that when somebody hears an alarm, you can actually have a pre-recorded instruction of what to do in the case of an emergency, which we all hope never happens. And then the tie into the phone where every single thing becomes a beacon for you. So from a life safety perspective and our partnership with Ednetics and our security teams, it's really been a game changer for us to know that we're more secure for our students, regardless of who they are and where they are on the campus even. So thank you guys so much today. Really look forward to this. Thank you again for your sponsorship, and we look forward to being a great partner with you in the future as well.
Thanks for the partnership. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. I'm joined by Eileen Zakin from Leading Edge Vision. Eileen, thank you so much for being here today and being part of our event.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Can you tell the folks viewing a little bit about yourself and how you got started with Leading Edge Vision?
Yeah, so my name's Eileen Zakin, and I am actually the owner and founder of Leading Edge Vision. I've been in business for 19 years. And I serve Washington, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and we provide assistive technology for people who are blind or who have low vision.
Awesome. And so you're the owner and founder?
I am.
So how did you get started in this?
So I started the company way back in 2000 with the encouragement of my sister-in-law, Judy. My sister-in-law herself is low vision, and her husband, my brother-in-law, Mike, is blind. And both have achieved great success with their careers, all the while raising their 3 children.
Wow.
I mean, she's a bookkeeper, he's a computer programmer, and they are amazing people with an amazing story. And they are still my inspiration and dear friends.
We love hearing stories like that, and thank you for being in this business. You brought a lot of products to show us today, so can we kind of maybe see what you have for us?
I can, and we will. So I brought 4 different products. One is a blindness product, and then the other 3 are low vision. So I want to get started with the blindness product. This is the first one. This is called the L Braille, and the actual L Braille is a replacement. It's a portable replacement for a designated note taker.
Okay.
So essentially what it is the L Braille itself, which is one component, and a Focus Braille display as a second component. So the L Braille is a Windows 10 computer, so it can run JAWS, it can run all the programs that a Windows 10 computer runs.
Cool.
It's attached, or what attached with it is the Focus 14. It can also attach to a Focus 40, but I'm showing it today with a 14, meaning it's 14 cells.
Okay.
And so a person's able to have full functionality of a note taker inside a Windows 10 environment.
Wow.
What I love about this device is that it can connect with a monitor, such as this one. And so for a sighted person, like a teacher or a parent, they can interface with a person using the L Braille and see what the L Braille person is seeing on the L Braille display. They're going to see it up on the monitor.
Oh, nice. So you have that immediate communication piece and not have to worry about it going between it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they can interface using like a keyboard and mouse and interact with the person using the L Braille.
Nice.
The L Braille can also hook up to this product. This is called Pearl. This is a Pearl scanner.
Okay.
And so documents on hand, such as I have this manual right here, this can set up right in front of the Pearl camera, and it can scan in directly into the L Braille, so a person's able to read it right from the
So it does
display.
direct OCR, character recognition, right into it.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yep. So that's the L Braille. And then next one up is a low vision product. This is called the Patriot Pro. And the Patriot Pro is actually an iPad. It's an iPad Pro with a 12.3-inch screen. And so this is essentially a video magnifier with text-to-speech, all encased in an Apple iPad environment.
So you can still use all the other applications. And everything
Absolutely.
Else. Nice.
Absolutely. It is so cool because it is fully functional with full accessibility as only Apple can provide with its wonderful accessibility features. And it has the video magnifier feature. So I have under here this document, so I can pinch and zoom. I can go into the speech mode. I can do everything that a video magnifier does and use it as my iPad.
Oh, nice.
And what's even better, and there's more, you can pull the stand up because there is custom software inside this, and this is a custom stand. We can pull that stand up, we can push the iPad down, and it becomes our distance camera.
There you go.
So, very cool for that feature. The next one up is my Patriot Viewpoint. The Patriot Viewpoint is actually a head-borne display.
Okay.
And these have become very popular in the past couple of years or so. This is, again, a low vision device. It's not a product for blindness. So it is, again, a video magnifier with text-to-speech in it.
Oh, wow.
So you put this on your head, you can watch TV, you can read, you can see people, you can interact with people, and then you can also have it scan and read a document to you, so it'll read aloud to you.
So if I'm reading a book, it'll just go ahead and do text-to-speech for me as I read it.
Yep.
Nice.
So this has voice commands. The Apple product, of course, has voice commands, and it's just so easy to use. It's
Wonderful.
fun. So again, the technology. This is actually a Samsung Galaxy S8 phone.
Oh, wow.
Inside of an Oculus virtual reality headset. So how the technology is going is incorporating mainstream technology, or incorporating our software into mainstream technology, and just making a powerful device such as the Patriot Viewpoint.
That's awesome.
This is a real fun one to do. And yeah, so the last one, but not least, because this is one of my favorites, this is the Ruby XL portable CCTV, and this is my #1 selling portable device.
Okay.
And I have to brag, this is also the #1 portable device in the United States.
Nice.
And the reason for that is the clearness of the image, the flexibility. You can take this to the supermarket, to a restaurant, to even see, you can close it, it turns off, you turn it back on. You can put it up against your thermostat and see your thermostat and just use it like a
So just like almost a
handheld
hand mirror in a way that just reflects that image and magnifies it for you.
Exactly, like a handheld magnifier. So, and that's a Ruby XL.
That's awesome.
So.
You have an amazing display of products here. How would you explain to the people watching, how do we get hold of you?
Yeah, so probably if you'd like a full description of these products, you would go to my website, and that is leadingedgevision.com. Or you can call me, call or text. My name again is Eileen Zakin. The company is Leading Edge Vision, and my phone number is 877-551-6658. Or you could call my cell even if you want to text me. That's 208-818-1553.
Eileen, thank you so much for being part of our event, and thank you so much for taking the time to explain your products. This is amazing, and you do amazing things for our community, so just thank you again for being here.
Oh, thank you again so much.
Hey, Jeremy Seta here from North Idaho College, our Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day event, and just pulled the co-founders out of their rotation, checking out all the exhibitors, and just wanted to get you guys' quick feedback of, what's your take on the event, Jennison?
The energy here is amazing, and it just meeting all these different folks, everyone contributing in their own way to making sure that there's digital access and inclusion. For me, it's amazing, and it's great to see so much Braille.
Awesome. What do you say, Joe?
I think it's really amazing what we've seen so far. We've seen a 14-year-old who's put together an app, has just done this unbelievable, impressive work. We've seen somebody else who's really a leader that got local cinemas to create captions, and I think, I just love seeing leaders and entrepreneurs of this type getting involved in accessibility. So this is a fantastic event. Thank you for inviting us.
Hey, well, I want to thank you, and I think I speak for everybody here. Thank you for coming up with the idea of GAD. It's been awesome, and it's just the energy here is just absolutely amazing, and it's really started with you guys. And I can't thank you guys enough for actually being here and making this event.
No problem. We still can't believe 8 years on that that GAD is still a thing. So we appreciate you. You kind of like you're kicking it off here in Coeur d'Alene for the rest of the world to join in on May 16th, excuse me.
So yeah, May 16th, Global Accessibility Awareness Day. We're going to take a quick break, but got a lot more coming at you.
People think that having a disability is a barrier. But that's not the way I see it. You can catch up with friends.
Ready?
You can capture a moment with your family.
One face. Small face. Focus lock.
And you can start the day bright and early. You can take a trip to somewhere new.
3 miles to the summit.
You can concentrate on every word of a story.
A bird began to sing. Jack opened his eyes.
You can take the long way home. Or edit a film like this one. When technology is designed for everyone, it lets anyone do what they love, including me.
Kyung-ho Chun is a virtuoso percussionist. He wants to play with an orchestra, but he is blind and can't follow the conductor. Could a groundbreaking invention help him?
When I decided to be a percussionist, my teacher told me you can't, because you can't see the conductor and the whole orchestra. When I faced that reality, I was really sad and depressed, and I cried a lot.
But there may be a solution.
I met Vahakan last year.
Vahakan and his father Rolf make instruments for disabled musicians.
Someone told me about this incredible visually impaired Korean percussionist who was excluded from orchestras because he couldn't see the conductor. And being a percussionist, you're the backbone where you come in, it's important. And he ended up being a virtuoso because he ended up having to play many solo pieces.
I was really excited that finally I met the person who can realize my dream.
I grew up in a really musical household, also very creative. My father began working with a disabled gentleman called Clarence Adu, who was a trumpeter and had a car accident. And he developed this sort of screen-based mouth control, head control system to allow him to make music again, to help him play with ensembles.
Their latest invention, the haptic baton, could be a game changer for visually impaired musicians.
The baton senses the movement, pitch and roll and striking. Each player has a pair of bands, and each little band has got a vibrator in it, so as the conductor sweeps left and right, their vibrations move left and right. Kyung-ho,
Yeah.
I've got a present for you.
Thank you. The spray?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, nice.
Kyung-ho is trying the new baton for the very first time.
I give you 4 beats,
Yeah.
and then you can begin.
일반 지휘자와 처음으로 느껴.
It's my first time to work with a normal conductor. That's why I'm excited.
흥미가 왔습니다. 우선.
Nice. I think it works.
Yes, that's. 그림을
I'm amazed that it manages to draw a picture by vibration and touch. It could bring me massive changes.
This week is about testing the device as rigorously as possible. Later in the week, we've got a private performance, the very first concert with the baton. So it's 12 players, 5 musicians from South Korea, 5 sighted musicians from the UK, and 2 visually impaired musicians from the UK.
I personally have come across scores and scores and scores of astonishing musicians who are blind around the world who at the moment have a real challenge in getting to where they should rightfully be in terms of a music career. There are certain points where everyone in the orchestra needs a particular beat. They need to be right on it. They need to see the preparation for it and then play exactly where it falls. Now, of course, if you have no sight, you're kind of listening intently, you're trying to sense when people are breathing into a particular note or beat, but you're consistently and constantly held back. There are many great soloists who are visually impaired, but relatively few in an orchestra, and I really hope with this technology that might start to change.
Performance Day.
We think it's a world first. I'm very, very, very excited. I'm really excited to see what happens.
It was very interesting because it was my first experience and I feel very good. It could make my music world wider.
Hey everyone, I'm back with a very special individual that we pulled from the floor, our Vice President of Instruction, Lita Burns. Lita, thank you for taking a few minutes. Just kind of wanted to gauge your reaction to the event so far.
Thank you. And I want to make sure you know that he pulled me from the floor, not off the floor. But it's great because when I walked into this room, I was so incredibly impressed with everything that is available. I'm so grateful to the people who organized this and planned this because I think it really supports our mission at North Idaho College, particularly one of our core values, which is diversity. And what better thing than to show all the access we have for anyone who wants an education and different ways to access education, and that I think promotes diversity for all people, all of our students, and our community members. So next year I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more community members here because I think that they will be so excited to see what is available to them to meet needs in terms of disability.
And so I'm going to put you on the spot. What's the most exciting thing that you've seen so far today?
Oh, of course, I love the technology in terms of, and of course, the two things that hit me at home because of what people I work with and deal with are the vision aspects and certainly hearing. These little cochlear microphone things for allow people to hear in movies or anywhere in their own homes. It's incredible, and they are so, to me, relatively inexpensive. When you can, anybody really should be able to purchase these in some fashion or not, and then improve their ability to enjoy things like movies and other things.
Well, Lita, thank you so much. I know you're busy, but just appreciate you coming and being part of our event today. Thank you so much.
Does this map show the Peninsula Trail?
Peninsula Trail. You won't find that on a map. I'll take you there. You hungry? Me too. Take this left. Now, don't eat just yet. Feel the wind? If you listen real hard, you can hear the whales. This is my favorite part of the forest. Shh. Just listen. You hear that?
Our Subaru Outback lets us see the world, sometimes in ways we never imagined.
Everyone, I'm here with Dan Dyer with the Idaho Assistive Technology Project. I think I got that right. Thank you so much for being here today. I hope you're enjoying our event so far and all the feedback we're getting. Dan, I'm just going to hand you the mic here to kind of explain what your role is and about the Idaho project.
Sure. So the Assistive Technology Project is a statewide organization. And probably the main thing people would be interested in is we have equipment and anyone can borrow the stuff. And it works just like a normal book library, but instead of books, we have all this type of really cool technology. So like iPads with assistive apps or just pretty much anything. We try to have stuff for any type of disability, any age range, and people can come in and borrow it from us, which is useful because it helps them try before they buy. So you don't have to invest a bunch of money in something and then figure out in a week or two it doesn't work for them. So, yeah.
So how do people get hold of you and request these services?
Yeah, so we're basically the University of Idaho, and we've got offices all around the state. So if you just look us up, Assistive Technology Project Idaho, it'll pop right up. So.
So what else do you have? Looks like you cover many different grade school levels.
Yeah, so we work a lot with schools, but we also have stuff for adults as well. So we'll target like college age or workforce, or I even got my grandparents an amplified phone so they could actually hear me when I call them. So,
so the entire range from basically K to 20.
Yeah, and any type of disability, and we've got some pretty crazy stuff. Like this is a assistive mouse, so you put this sucker on, and then if you turn your head left, right, up, down, it's going to move the mouse cursor for you on the screen.
So some of the like the eye tracker software.
Yeah. Yeah, same principle as eye tracking, but this one tracks your head, and then to click the mouse, you would actually just bite on this little blue tip. And so there's a lot of stuff out there, and it's hard to keep on top of unless you do this every day, and so that's kind of we're a resource. So you can just call us, pick our brains, we can give you ideas, or you can always borrow our stuff for free and just see if it works for you. So.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for being part of our event. We appreciate having you here. Look forward to maybe talking to you later about some of the cool stuff you have. So thank you. Hi everyone, I'm here with Jackie Stallings from the Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Jackie, thank you so much for joining us today. Would you tell what your role is?
Sure. So, Mike, like you said, my name is Jackie Stallings, and I'm a vocational rehabilitation counselor for the Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. So my job within our agency is to work with people who are interested in employment, whether that be a person who is 14 years old transitioning into their next steps of life, getting into high school and college, or an 86-year-old person who still wants to continue doing their cattle business and needs some assistive technology to do that. So the only real qualifications for my program are that a person is blind or functionally blind, which means that vision is causing an impediment to their daily living, and that is the program that I run through our state agency.
So how'd you kind of get started in this?
So obviously I've been legally blind since birth myself, so I've always obviously had an interest in, you know, helping people who are blind or visually impaired access the world, have independent lives, live the lives they want. After I got done with my bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Wyoming, I sort of wandered for a little bit. Really didn't want to get involved with blindness and visual impairment because I thought it was such an obvious choice for a career. But it kind of landed there with realizing that I, you know, really cared about the people, had a real passion for the field. So I got my dual master's in rehabilitation teaching for the blind and rehab counseling from Western Michigan University in 2012. Kind of a funny story, I grew up in Wyoming, and when I heard Idaho, I thought, well, that's closer to Wyoming than Michigan. Didn't look at a map, should have done that. So when I saw Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and I saw the full-time position, I applied for it and got it, and the rest is kind of history. Moved out here in 2012, and I've been the counselor ever since.
Nice. And so for the counseling services, can you kind of maybe go into some of all the services that the commission offers?
Sure. So the Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired is a state agency. We're federally funded and state taxpayer funded as well. Okay. And we have three major programs. The first is our voc rehab program, and that's sort of what we call the bread and butter of our whole agency. It's why, you know, the taxpayers like to have people work and be more productive, so it's very fiscally responsible to help people get to work. Mm-hmm. So like I said, that program is for anybody who's interested in employment who happens to be visually impaired, and we can do everything from get them really great skills of blindness training, teach them Braille, how to use an accessible computer, help with college assistance, tuition and books, that kind of stuff, all the way to visiting somebody in their home and helping them access what they need in their home so that they can be independent and run their own business. We also have two other programs. One is called Sight Restoration, and that's a very small program. That is for people who are residents of Idaho who have a need for a medical procedure on their eyes and who are unable to access the funding any other way. Okay. So oftentimes it's people who have no health insurance who need cataract surgery. Right. They're legally blind because of cataracts and they need to go back to work, but they have no money to pay for it. Cataract surgery is between $5,000 and $10,000 in out of pocket if you don't have health insurance. Yeah. So our agency pays for those people to get surgery so they can return to work or a better quality of life. The third program that we have is called our Independent Living Older Blind program, and that's actually our biggest program. Mm-hmm. It serves any person in Idaho who's over the age of 55 who's lost vision. We go into their homes, do assessments, make sure that they're comfortable. We never want a person to go into a nursing home because they can't see. Right. So if we can put bump dots on appliances and things like that to help them maintain their independence, that's our goal for that program. And people who are under 55 can also access that program if they are unable or don't want to work. They can also access that program for better quality of life and independent living skills.
Wonderful. Yeah. So can you tell the folks at home maybe how do they get in touch with you?
Yeah, sure. So anybody who has a family member, a friend, anybody, there's a lot of ways to get a hold of us. If you type in Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired in Facebook, we have a Facebook page. Okay. I get a lot of people who message me through that page and with questions and things. We also have a website, www.icbvi.idaho.gov, and you can go on that website, look for who your regional rep is, because we do have satellite offices all over the state. I cover Region 1. We have another office down in Lewiston. We have them in Twin Falls, Idaho Falls, Pocatello, and Boise. Okay.
Well, Jackie, thank you so much for being here and sharing some more information with us. I also want to just personally thank you for all the work that you've done to help us make this event so successful. You've been instrumental in joining us with the community, and just thank you for all that you do for all the people in the state of Idaho.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. We love how accessible this event is. It's fantastic. When I go get my lunch today, it's going to be brailled, so I know what I'm picking out. Our tactile passports that students are taking around can be felt by people who are blind or visually impaired. And North Idaho College has been the most progressive institution I've ever worked with when it comes to global access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Amelia Palmer, a student at NIC, to talk about accessibility in STEM. Amelia, thank you so much for taking some time with us today. I'll just hand you the microphone and you can kind of explain your role, your studies here at NIC and about accessibility in STEM. Sound good?
So I'm Amelia, and at this table I have a bunch of different high-tech and low-tech equipment that has helped me throughout studying and being a student. As far as low-tech things, there is a slate and stylus at the table. You use the stylus part to poke holes in the paper, but you write right to left, and your braille is mirror image, so it comes out as bumps on the other side. This is a braille display. It has a Perkins style keyboard, and on it the braille pops up. You can use it as a standalone note-taking device, or it can hook up with your computer and a screen reader via Bluetooth. I am trying to think of what other interesting things are here. What questions do you have for me?
So, coming at NIC, have you found it fairly easy to get the support that you need from the DSS office and that to make some of this available to you?
The DSS office has been great, and they try very hard to accommodate you and make that a top priority.
And so being here and being part of an event like this, what does that mean to you personally, just to see kind of the involvement in accessible technology and really just trying to get the word out there to everybody?
It's amazing that an event like this is going on, because there needs to be more attention brought to it.
Well, Amelia, thank you so much for your time today. Good luck in your studies. I know we're keeping you probably from class, so hopefully we're not making a detriment to your grades right now. But thank you so much for taking the time today and your kind of involvement in this booth. We really appreciate you being here, and we especially love hearing from the students, so thank you.
Thanks. Oh, thank you.
Hey everyone, we're back with Jeremy Seda to talk about accessible technology in the media. Jeremy, can you kind of remind everyone what your role here is at NIC?
Yeah, I'm the IT accessibility coordinator for NIC, and just kind of just in the mix with anything to do with technology and accessibility, and then just an inclusive environment here at NIC.
Okay, so when we're talking about media and accessibility, do you want to kind of talk through that?
Yeah, sure. So we had selected a few videos where it's either companies that are actually manufacturing an accessible technology product, augmenting an existing product that they have, or some that just signed on to the whole idea of accessibility and inclusiveness.
So really just trying to find some other vendors to show different perspectives of what's out there.
Yeah, and some of them are pretty heartfelt and yeah, feel-good videos as well. So they're very entertaining on top of the fact of just delivering a really good message.
And we can see these on our event site as well?
Absolutely. We'll have the playlist, the link to the playlist where people can browse to whichever ones they want to see. And yeah, we also, kind of a cool feature with this booth is we're using a sound cone, which is a directed audio source. So anything within like a 4 foot by 4 foot space, you can hear the audio, but it's also not going to be distracting to the other exhibitors. So that's just kind of a cool little added feature that we have with this particular booth.
So like in conferences, a lot of times you're trying to maybe pay attention to what's on a screen or something, and it kind of gets drowned out. Mm-hmm. This can kind of fix that for people?
Absolutely.
Nice. And can these work together? Can you have multiple of these if you need a bigger area?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could have different audio sources. In case of an exhibitor hall, you could actually have one for each booth. So that audio is getting piped to each booth like it's a custom experience, but not distracting to anyone else. You can also bounce it off of a surface to kind of create a little bit wider of an area, or if the angle of your sound cone is not good, then it's going to allow you to, you know, more or less use the environment to get the sound to where you want it to be.
So we looked at assistive learning devices. This is kind of just another technology that kind of gives a similar experience without necessarily having to have the actual individual units, because you can just stand in the cone, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Awesome. Well, Jeremy, thank you so much. We hope you like the playlist that we put together for you. Be sure to check out the video and playlist on our event website at www.nic.edu/A11Y, and we'll be right back after this break. Hi everyone, I'm sitting here with Virgil from the Disability Action Center. Virgil, thanks for taking a little bit of time with us today. Can you maybe talk about what the Disability Action Center has to offer for the community?
Yes. What we try to do is we try to get people to the right resources out there, availability. Sometimes people just need somebody to listen to them, they have a disability. We all have disabilities who work there, so we all kind of do that. We visit with folks and so forth. We invite people to the office to come in if they can. And then if there are resources out there, we have a resource book and everything, and we try to send them to the right people out there that they may need, like the folks next to us here with the Commission for the Blind and so forth. And so basically we're a hub to send people with disabilities to the resources needed out there.
So really a good resource of kind of a getting started area too, because you guys have the connections in the community to the other services available.
And a lot of times people just don't know where to go, how to do it, how to even start. They just look up, they find us, they want to find out, well, what do you guys do? So we let them know and everything, and then that kind of leads the way for them to get the help that they need.
Wonderful. So how does someone contact you?
They get a hold of us at our phone number. We just switched ours to one that I don't have memorized. That's 208-457-3891, and we're on Mullen Avenue down in Post Falls, right next to the Walmart that's right there, one of the first Walmarts actually that was in the area. And so we're just down the street from there on the corner right next to a coffee shop. And so people want to walk in, they can certainly feel free just to walk in, or they can give us a call.
And so you've had a chance to kind of see everything that's going on here today with our event. Just from your perspective, what does it mean to you that NIC is putting on an event like this to raise awareness for that?
Well, it's a big thing, and I think it's a great thing. NIC's been a great partner through a lot of this to get the information and everything out, and that's really been helpful because a lot of people, this is the way they get their information, is to find out, because they don't know where else to get it, so they find out they can come here. It's a great opportunity. They get to meet people, get to talk to people one-on-one and everything, get to answer some questions like we've been doing today, and then I think the availability of agencies and businesses here to work with folks, and they get that information out to the people.
Well, thank you so much for taking some time today and basically giving us the information about your group. We really appreciate everything that you do for our community and for the advocacy that you do for others. Yes, thank you.
He's gonna do it! You gotta see this! Oh, he's gonna do it! Come on, come on, come on! He's gonna do it! Alright, I'm running. I got him. Nice. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Alright. So how about another game?
Eye tracking is a technology that is used to see where a person is looking on a computer screen. The technology can also be used to control a computer. Instead of using a traditional keyboard and mouse, you control it by using your eyes. Illuminators in the eye tracker send out near-infrared light that is reflected by your eyes. A camera registers these reflections, and through filtering and advanced calculations, we can determine where on the screen you are looking, and then place the computer cursor consistently and accurately. There are certain things that set Tobii Dynavox eye trackers apart from others. Besides an unprecedented patent portfolio and many technical details, one is the fact that we use a unique and very accurate 3D model of a human eye. With this model, you don't need to keep your head still when using a Tobii eye tracker. In fact, you can move your head freely without any significant loss of precision or accuracy. This is particularly beneficial for individuals with uncontrolled head movement, such as those with cerebral palsy. For accurate eye tracking, the eye tracker needs to find your pupils. This can be done through either bright or dark pupil tracking. Bright pupil tracking works similarly to when you get red eyes using a compact camera with a flash. By placing the flash, or in this case the illuminators, farther away from the lens, you can avoid this. This is dark pupil tracking. Tobii Dynavox eye trackers are unique in that they dynamically switch between bright and dark pupil tracking, so you'll always have an optimized eye tracking experience. There are many other things that make Tobii Dynavox eye trackers unique. To learn more, please visit tobiidynavox.com.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. I'm here with Karen Thurston, part of our computer science program. Karen, thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
Karen, can you kind of explain your role at NIC and what we're talking about today?
Sure. I'm a computer science assistant professor. This is my second year at North Idaho College, and I am integrating some of the latest technology into our programming classes, C++, and also we have a class called Concepts of Computer Languages as well. So.
Cool. And today you have Alexa for us.
Exactly. I thought this would be a great opportunity to showcase both what we're doing as a department and then also how this device really will be opening doors for people with disabilities, providing them with more opportunities to live independently. And then it also is a big productivity booster for anyone, not just people with disabilities.
Right. And virtual assistants have come quite a long way since when they first started. And you're kind of seeing them in every household now too, so why not use them to kind of enhance our lives even more, right?
Exactly, and the Alexa is not the only device, right? We have Google Assistant and Siri, but Amazon has really created a platform that makes it very easy almost, I'll use that word as a developer, easy for developers to create new content. Right. So it's a good platform for teaching as well.
And you have kind of a little demo for us today too, I understand.
I do. I thought we would ask Alexa a couple questions just to kind of show. So I'm going to unmute it.
Great.
Alexa, tell me how you help people with disabilities.
I can do many things. For example, I can help you control smart home devices such as lights and appliances. I can also play the news and other audio content such as books and music. I can even play games or call or text a phone number. With more skills being added every day, I am learning how to do things like answer questions on a specific topic or even provide advising for students at North Idaho College.
That's amazing.
So that's next on my agenda is maybe to work with advising here. So I also wanted to ask another general question.
Sure.
Alexa, tell me how you increase productivity for anyone.
Sorry, an error occurred.
Of course. Alexa, tell me how you increase productivity for anyone.
Hands-free voice control can increase anyone's productivity. Listening to audio frees you from having to read a screen and allows multitasking, a great productivity booster.
Okay.
Great. Wonderful. And I know other colleges have actually started incorporating Alexa to tie into their information
Sorry,
systems. Like
an error occurred.
Sorry, Alexa.
Yes, so I listened to a podcast and they call her Madam A,
Yes.
so they don't have to kick off everybody's devices.
Yes, and we're saying her name a lot too, which is kicking her off, obviously. But yeah, a lot of colleges are starting to use Alexa that are tied to their information systems. I really love what you're doing for the computer science program and integrating the Alexa more and more. Thank you so much for spending some time with you today.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And for more information, please visit our event site at www.nic.edu/A11Y. Hello everyone, I'm here with Miles Larson to talk about 3D printing. Before we get into the 3D printing, can you kind of maybe just explain your role here at NIC?
Sure. I am the Simulation Operations and Technology Coordinator. So I run the Healthcare Simulation Center, primarily used by our nursing and health professions programs.
Right. And what Miles doesn't tell you is he is just a technology fanatic and a really good asset for the IT department here. So I appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk about 3D printing.
Of course.
So a lot of people have heard about 3D printing, but maybe you can kind of explain a little bit about more about what it is.
3D printing is essentially taking very thin layers of a material, stacking them up to build a larger object.
And so when you talk about the material, so we're not using ink or anything else, can you kind of talk about what that material is?
So printers can use a wide variety of materials. It really just depends on that particular printer or that particular printer's hardware and software. So they could be things from plastics that are heat moldable, all the way up to even human tissues. Recently, a study was put out about printing a very small heart using human cells.
That sounds a little bit crazy.
Yeah, yeah. So the possibilities are just about endless with 3D printing.
So when you're looking at this kind of wide spectrum of materials, there's probably different costs involved. So for the general person wanting to get into 3D printing, how much does it really cost?
The printer itself can be anywhere from a few $100s up to a few $100,000. And the materials kind of range with the printers. So your average home use printer, you're looking at probably about $10 a pound.
A pound. And how much would a pound print for me?
It's going to print a lot.
It is.
Most of the things that you're going to print just on a home printer are going to be a few ounces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so I can pretty much go to anywhere to get a 3D printer, or is it more of an online purchase?
Generally more of an online purchase. There are some stores that carry them, but you're going to have a wider variety of options and a wider variety of price range if you go online.
So we've got one here. Would you say this is a little bit like a mid-range one?
Yeah, I would say it's more mid-range for a home-style printer. This isn't really like an industrial-style printer, and it's definitely not the kind of printers they use for things like printing hearts.
Well, yes, I would imagine we're not doing that here. So after I get a 3D printer and everything, where do I go from there? How do I use it? What do I do with it?
A really great resource is a website called Thingiverse.com.
Thingiverse?
So it's Thingiverse.
Okay.
So it's a universe of things. And it's a great resource for learning about 3D printing, but also for people sharing the models that they've made in software that you can then just send directly to your printer and get printing.
And is the 3D printing software fairly easy to use, or does it take a little bit to get used to it?
It can take a little bit to get used to it, but there's a wide variety of software out there. So some of it's not as capable, but a lot simpler to use. And then you go all the way up to products made by companies like Autodesk that are being used to professionally create larger objects.
And so obviously one of the things we're doing here today is raising awareness about accessibility. How does 3D printing really tie into accessibility?
3D printing gives you the ability to take something from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions, which can be really helpful, especially for people with vision impairments, that they can take something in a textbook or on paper and make a 3-dimensional tangible object from that. And it can be used in math and sciences like physics, chemistry, even in healthcare applications.
Oh, wonderful. Well, Miles, thank you so much for taking some time today. For more information about 3D printing, you can visit our event site at www.nic.edu/A11Y. I'm here with Alex Harris. Alex, thank you so much for joining me. Can you maybe explain your role at NIC and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Director of Title IX, Student Conduct and Security.
And so, talking about security, we met at the Adnetics booth earlier talking about the emergency beacons, and you and Gus in particular, our SO, has been really strong in getting these beacons out. So can you kind of talk about what our efforts are for security and life safety?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to emergency alert systems or mass notification systems, it's come a long way in the technology to serve those that may not be able to see or hear or have other disabilities. And so we were able to leverage that need on campus and put a comprehensive emergency alert system out there where we have a system that supports the visually impaired, the hearing impaired, and also just provides more accessibility to everyone as a whole by having reader boards and all these involved in these Informacast devices.
And you know that we've been really working on universal design, universal access, just regardless to put that technology out there. student conduct's not something you necessarily want to highlight, but obviously you work very closely with the DSS office and accommodations for students and making sure that things are well. What positive changes have you seen over the last year and a half since we've really focused on accessible technology at NIC?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've seen, I've worked here in many different aspects for 16 years, and one of the things that I've seen, especially in student conduct, is often bad student conduct is a result of someone that is frustrated or stressed or at a tipping point in their career as a student, where all these outside factors contribute to frustration, and so they act out. And so oftentimes, if we can find what those reasons are, the conduct goes away and they become successful. And I've had many instances where it's been accessibility or it's been no connection to a disability support office. And so we work closely with Disability Support Services to help connect those students. And I would say it happens 40 to 60% of the time when I meet a new student who's referred to me for a conduct issue, they have a disability issue that needs to be addressed. And as soon as that's addressed, that bad behavior goes away and it helps them succeed. So early on, before we've had these changes, I've seen students frustrated with not being able to keep up in class or not being able to access computer labs the way other students do, and it just contributes to that stress to them. So these things, you wouldn't think that they have a direct connection to student conduct, but they really do, because it's all about putting everyone on the same playing field as far as their accessibility. And if they don't have that, then they become stressed and they often act out. So,
and just generating equity in general has just helped everyone, I think. And we've seen changes like that too. Alex, thank you so much for taking some time. Really appreciate everything you do. Just kind of what's your reaction to today's event?
Well, I think it's great. I mean, not only being able to be with all the geeks and seeing how cool everything is, and getting the people that I've known or get to meet new people to show off the things that they have, but there's a lot of interesting things here that help our students and our employees too. So it's really cool.
Well, Alex, thank you for taking the time. Let you get back to the event, and I hope you find some more cool stuff to look at.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome back to Pave the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day here at North Idaho College. I'm joined by Catherine Tansky from our e-learning department. Catherine, thank you so much for being here today. And you're here to talk to us about TechSmith Relay. So can you tell us, what is TechSmith Relay?
TechSmith Relay is a streaming media platform, which means that it's used to record video and host video. And NIC instructors use it to record classroom lectures. This can be lectures that they do in person in a classroom, or they can record lectures at their own computer or anywhere and insert those videos into their courses that way. TechSmith Relay is free. There's a site license for instructors and students here at NIC, which also means that instructors can, for the first time, have students create videos and include those in their courses as well. One of the coolest things that we're finding out with TechSmith Relay is how it integrates with Canvas, which is our learning management system. So when a video is integrated with Canvas, it allows the instructor to do things with that video that they weren't able to do by just hosting it on a regular streaming media platform.
Awesome, and we're obviously here today to talk about accessibility, so when it comes to video, we're probably talking captions. So does TechSmith Relay offer the ability to caption video within the platform?
Yes, anyone can caption their own videos on TechSmith Relay. TechSmith Relay has its own internal caption generator. It's ASR, which is automatic speech recognition, and so this software creates a draft, basically, of captions that is roughly 80% accurate. It's also pretty fast. To caption manually, it takes about 15 minutes for every 5 minutes of video, but the ASR generator can do a 45-minute lecture in less than 45 minutes. So that saves the instructor and the DSS office a lot of time. The other thing that's really nice is that you can go back in and edit those captions however you'd like. And TechSmith actually also has its own ADA compliance checker inside the caption editor. So for example, most captions should be under 7 seconds, according to best practices for captioning. And if a caption goes longer than 7 seconds, it'll flag it for review. And so that makes it really easy for instructors to be confident that their captions are not only there, but ADA compliant.
And so are instructors really expected to do all the captioning since the system kind of does it more for it, or how does that work with instructors?
So if there is an ADA accommodation, instructors do not have to caption their own videos. The DSS office will still, go through that process to help the student. Of course, we encourage instructors, if they want to caption their own videos. But one of the cool things about the software for the DSS office and for accommodations is that TechSmith Relay offers now a partnership with Replay Media, which is a third-party captioning service that the NIC was already using to provide captions for students who need accommodations. And now students will be able to get those captions even faster because it's really streamlined the process between TechSmith Relay and Replay.
And so when we talk about captions, obviously we talk about being accessible and things like that, but captioning really has a lot more benefits to all users.
Absolutely. Even when people are watching television or watching movies, captions are being more and more used by people casually. And also from a learning perspective, when you hear a word being said and then also see that word on the screen, it creates a different connection in the brain. So it can improve learning and retention and memory and things like that. But also, if you're a classroom recording, the audio might not be that great in the classroom it was recorded in. And so if you have a transcript, students are able to understand a word that maybe they missed on the first recording. And that's one of the cool things is actually using the captions as a transcript for review. So every video that's captioned in TechSmith Relay creates essentially a searchable transcript. There's this feature called Table of Contents. And so the Table of Contents means that it indexes every part of the video so that you can search for a specific term or phrase within the video itself. And using that table of contents, you can then see a list of all the times that keyword was used and then go directly to that point in the video just to make ease of learning even faster.
Well, thank you so much. Obviously, this is a really powerful tool that we're using at NIC to help our videos and our captioning better. I appreciate your time today. For more information about TechSmith Relay and captioning, please visit the event site at www.nic.edu/A11Y. Hi everyone, I'm here with Ziran Peterson to talk about CAD and 3D design. Ziran, thank you for taking some time today and showcasing what you have. I think I'll just let you kind of take it from there, if you want, to kind of explain what you got here.
Okay. I use CAD and Dragon primarily. Computer-aided design along with Dragon dictation software to run my computer. It gives me the ability to create almost anything I want with my 3D printer, as long as I can design it on the computer. I make my own models. I create stuff for my wheelchair when it breaks. And I'm only limited by my ingenuity. And so far, my mind works and my body doesn't, but I somehow make it work.
So how long did it take you to kind of learn CAD and then the 3D printing and everything?
Oh, CAD took quite a while, and it depends on the program. So I was taught SolidWorks here at NIC within a year or so. I could do pretty complicated stuff. It took on Blender 3D, which is open source. You can just download that off the internet. That took probably 2 years worth of teaching myself to really get good at modeling anything.
And then, so I'm assuming that you do a lot of 3D printing from home as well?
Yes. Yeah, I do a lot of 3D printing out of my house. I have a little M3D printer, and I'm currently building a bigger one to work on more complicated projects. And I just purchased the material. It's pretty cheap. The printer's only a couple $100, and I've been able to print tons of stuff.
And so seeing the event today, how does that make you feel, that just kind of showing all this cool technology around here?
Oh, it's great. You can point out to a lot of people that you can get around anything you need with a 3D printer. You need something, anything around the house even, you can just 3D print it. And people see that, there's quite a bit of value in having a 3D printer just around the house.
Yeah, you can totally do anything these days with them, right? Well, Ziran, thank you so much. You've got some really great models here. You've got a lot of detail work. I know CAD's a little complicated to do, and I just kind of in awe just for the CAD part of it regardless. So thank you for taking some time today. I appreciate it. with Ryan Scott to talk about our NIC's Universal Design Workstations. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us today. Can you kind of talk about what your role here at the college is?
Yes. What I do is I'm an assistive technology specialist with Disability Support Services. Started here 12 years ago. And 12 years ago, there wasn't really much into assistive technology within the realm of disabilities. And luckily, our institution has been a great player and has supported our office, starting with funding and with policies and procedures, to where we're able to not only provide technology for students with disabilities, but really the technology can be applicable for people who don't have any disabilities.
Right. And that was kind of the concept of making this a universal station, right?
Correct.
And so with the universal stations, we're going to do a deep dive into later, but can you just kind of talk in general of how we've kind of gone about the design of that?
Yeah, so the main concept is, such as our desks, you know, it could, you know, they're mechanical, so if there is a person who is very tall, they could, you know, raise the desk and work comfortably in an ergonomic situation.
Right.
If there is a person who's just had a long day and they just don't want to read anymore, they just want to listen to their textbooks or any type of PDFs on file, they're able to do that as well.
Right.
If there is someone who just wants to sit in a really great ergonomic chair at the library, at ASNIC, or around campus, they're able to do that as well.
Right on. And we've got a bunch of different hardware for different people too, because I noticed you've got like the high contrast keyboards and some other things here.
Yes. So this is our most popular keyboard today. A lot of the non-traditional older students love to have this keyboard. Such as I'm beginning to like this keyboard since my eyesight is, you know,
not what it used to be, right?
Exactly. For students who are in wheelchairs, such as one of my, who is only able to do finger-driven, they could actually do computer-aided drafting off of this tiny mouse pad,
nice.
And it promotes independence. And if you're lecturing, such as I do sometimes within the conference room, I'm able to take this around and be able to work with students one-on-one without them having to always come and hover over me.
Nice. And so how many of these workstations have we really rolled out yet?
Gosh, technically we have about 6 working, and we have 5 more ready to be built, and we're ready to roll out into our outreach centers, I think, over the summer.
Yep, and we're planning more after that, I know we are.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. We're going to have a deeper dive into this and more hands-on with the Universal Workstation. Hopefully we've generated a lot of interest there, so we will see you later. Hello everyone, I'm back with Paul Swim, our Director of Network Technology here at North Idaho College. And this is a more in-depth and hands-on review of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So Paul, we've got a game loaded up here, and we have the configuration setting for all the buttons that we talked about earlier. You want to just kind of walk us through kind of what a setup could look like?
Yeah, definitely. I will say one thing that right now isn't directly compatible with the Xbox. What we do have here is a bone conductive headset, which for people that have hearing disabilities actually sends the audio directly through the bones into the cochlea. So if you have damage to your eardrums, you can still get stereo sound, which is kind of interesting. It is Bluetooth, so if you have a Bluetooth setup that's adaptive for your Xbox, it's a pretty interesting solution. And then all of these wires, there's, like I said before, there's lots of cable management involved still. But once you have it set up the way that you want, you can leave it static. So you can plug all these different items in, and then just with a single touch, change exactly what everything does. So right now we just have a basketball game, and so I can use the big buttons to control it, but I have them wired out to the side here. The different color buttons you would see on the normal controller are over here with one massive red button for the back button. So I can actually resume the game here. I'm going to pick up a very, even though it's Microsoft, this is a very Wii style, which most people know from the nunchuck days. And I can actually come back in and play. I'll be terrible, so don't judge me.
First one
I can pass and. Oh, let's do a shot.
So it actually seems like it's pretty native and pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Once you get the hang of it.
I'm really at rest right now. If I had an issue with carpal tunnel even, I mean, this would be really relaxed and easy to use. I just have my arm at rest. Even though I can stand here, it's very easy to just press the buttons that I need to. I can even have the foot pedals. I actually have 2 foot pedals here. They're up on the table right now, but I can configure those in that setting to be any button configuration that I want
So if you want to pass or shoot or
Yeah.
whatever, you could just use those as foot
And
pedals.
there's 2 buttons on here. I could actually just use my feet and one hand and play the entire game that way.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Or if I have a joystick, there's some people. I had a friend actually who was paraplegic, and it was very difficult for him to be able to use those. So a controller like this, you can rest your hand on it and not necessarily have to push a lot of buttons, but you still want to be able to steer. You're doing a driving game or something like that. It's very accessible. I have another one that's not pictured here. That's a band that you can just lean your arm on gently, or you can even lean your head against if you're in a chair and you just want to be able to use your head. You know, a big button like this or a band like that that just uses soft pressure is a really good option to be able to do different controls. And these are multiple inputs. So like right now, I can go back to the game, I have to be here, you know, and I can come back here, but I can also use the big button on the controller. So you can have multiple buttons depending on what's more convenient for you at the time. Somebody can switch and be tired with one and switch over to the other. So you can configure multiple inputs, you know, to the same button press, which is really handy. One other feature that we don't really have pictured here, this does have captioning enabled, and it really depends on the game. One of the challenges with the software development is Microsoft can't make every game developer use the features. So Microsoft makes APIs, and they make software features, or APIs, or application programming interfaces. So developers that make content can build to those features to make their games accessible. People who are familiar with Fortnite and games like that, if you're getting shot at from a direction and it hits you, you'll see a visual indicator on the screen. Those are all accessible, thoughtful type development things that don't have to be in there by default in the game, but even gamers without mobility or disability issues appreciate those features. So it really comes down to the content developers to say, hey, you know, this is what we can do with this. And Microsoft's really making a statement with this kind of a setup to say, hey, we've arrived to the table with the software and hardware features. It's your turn to make content that's accessible.
And then for people looking for games that have closed captioning, can they just find the familiar CC kind of label on those games?
Yeah, I do recommend people look up the game on the developer's website. There's usually a good FAQ. There is the Ability Gamers website also, and also the subreddit on Reddit are pretty good about listing out. Somebody will ask about a game and people can list things in there. But you definitely go to the manufacturer's website and you can get more information there.
But the user base is really on top of this. If you're in the right spots, gives good reviews, kind of pros and cons.
Yeah, and there's challenges sometimes about what you might plug into a USB port. Is it recognized as a human interface device? How do I configure? And there's actually a lot of support in the community for those types of devices. We're actually looking at the Tobii eye tracker and how do we plug that in here to be able to use eye control for games and things like that. And as long as the Xbox can detect it as a human interface device, it's actually pretty good at configuring the controls.
Great. Well, thanks for this little bit more in-depth kind of overview of the Xbox.
Yeah.
I think you need to work on your basketball skills.
That's true.
I don't think you'll be going to any of the major schools soon, but that's okay. We'll keep you here as our network director. So thank you very much, Paul, for your time.
No problem.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Ryan Scott to talk about our NIC's Universal Design Workstations. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us today. Can you kind of talk about what your role here at the college is?
Yes. What I do is I'm an assistive technology specialist with Disability Support Services. Started here 12 years ago. And 12 years ago there wasn't really much into assistive technology within the realm of disabilities. And luckily our institution has been a great player and has supported our office, starting with funding and with policies and procedures, to where we're able to not only provide technology for students with disabilities, but really the technology can be applicable for people who don't have any disabilities.
Right. And that was kind of the concept of making this a universal station, right?
Correct.
And so with the universal stations, we're going to do a deep dive into later, but can you just kind of talk in general of how we've kind of gone about the design of that?
Yeah, so the main concept is, such as our desks, it could, they're mechanical. So if there is a person who is very tall, they could, raise the desk and work comfortably in an ergonomic situation.
Right.
If there is a person who's just had a long day and they just don't want to read anymore, they just want to listen to their textbooks or any type of PDFs on file, they're able to do that as well.
Right.
If there is someone who just wants to sit in a really great ergonomic chair at the library, at ASNIC, or around campus, they're able to do that as well.
Right on. And we've got a bunch of different hardware for different people too, because I noticed you've got like the high contrast keyboards and some other things here.
Yes. So this is our most popular keyboard today. A lot of the non-traditional older students love to have this keyboard. Such as I'm beginning to like this keyboard since my eyesight is,
not what it used to be, right?
Exactly. For students who are in wheelchairs, such as one of my, who is only able to do finger-driven, they could actually do computer-data drafting off of this tiny mouse pad.
Nice.
And it promotes independence. And if you're lecturing, such as I do sometimes within the conference room, I'm able to take this around and be able to work with students one-on-one without them having to always come and hover over me.
Nice. And so how many of these workstations have we really rolled out yet?
Gosh, technically we have about 6 working, and we have 5 more ready to be built, and we're ready to roll out into our outreach centers, I think, over the summer.
Yep, and we're planning more after that, I know we are.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. We're going to have a deeper dive into this and more hands-on with the Universal Workstation. Hopefully we've generated a lot of interest there, so we will see you later. Hi everyone, we're back with Ryan Scott to take a deeper look at our Universal Workstation. Ryan, thanks for joining me again. Here we are actually at the workstation. We're not talking about it anymore. You want to just kind of talk us through everything we have here?
Yes, hi. My name is Ryan Scott, and I'm Assistive Technology Specialist at North Idaho College. I'd like to start off first with our chairs. First of all, this is one of our universal design ergonomic chairs with a nice lumbar support. It can lower or raise to anyone's specific situation. To complement the chair, we have several desks on campus that could go up. So if there is an individual who would like to stand, they have the capability of standing, or if they need to lower it, they could also lower it as well. The programs that we have on the Universal Workstations is pretty simple. We specifically have NVDA, which is a screen reader for low vision and non-vision individuals. I prefer NVDA over JAWS in some cases because of its capability to read mathematics. Our second one is Read and Write Gold. Read and Write Gold is specifically for students who have learning barriers with writing and reading. It's one of our top programs on campus. Right now we cater to 57 plus students that use Read and Write Gold on a daily basis. And then our other top program that we have is Dragon Naturally Speaking. Dragon has come a long ways since it's since it's been introduced. And instead of wearing headsets these days, what we have found is that our students really like these Blue Nessie microphones. If there's an instance to where a student needs to stand up and stretch, they don't have to deal with cords. They're able to move around if they want without the clinking and banging.
And with Dragon too, the profile used to be stuck in the machine. They can actually put that on a USB drive and go to another machine with Dragon and load those profiles.
They can.
Right.
They can, and that's what we do a lot of. If there's a student that needs to go from our office to the testing center, that's an easy thing to do.
Right.
We also have the Tobii Eye Tracker as for people who are not able to use their hands or arms. The main thing that I try to use to teach the students for the Tobii Art Tracker is to really type. We have the on-screen keyboard through the ease of access through Microsoft on one screen. They can actually type with their eyes, and then on the other screen have Microsoft Word. I prefer that they use Dragon Naturally Speaking, but in some instances with special dialects, or if they're not able to speak clearly, or in a testing situation, just sometimes just eye movement is just a little bit better. Last but not least is Adobe Acrobat DC. We really try to implement that as a really good way to use Read and Write Gold, and the newer Adobe features have really great note-taking capabilities on it, such as highlighting and comments. And you can import media as well, such as instructor lectures.
And we showed the two keyboards with the high resolution and the touch earlier. We also equipped them standard with the ergonomic keyboard.
Yes. Our students really like the ergonomic keyboard. It's really nice. We have these cases to where they're just able to move keyboards around at will. So yeah.
We also have multiple types of mice.
Yes.
For the one with the old thumb ball tracker that some people still like. And then the other thing that I really have to applaud Ryan for doing in this workstation is creating a mouse pad that basically gives those quick instructions to students and get up and running quickly without necessarily needing a lot of different support.
Yeah, Jeremy and I, it took us about 5 tries, but I got to give Jeremy credit on that. He came up with the final production of it. So.
And we are trying to use high refresh monitors these days, and as the technology gets there, we'll keep increasing those.
Yeah, someday we'll come up with better monitors, but the future looks bright.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Ryan, so much for your time. I really appreciate all the work you've done on this. I'm excited for more of these to roll out. For more information about the Universal Workstation, please visit our event website at www.nic.edu/A11Y.
Hi, I'm Zach Anner, and we are here at the Microsoft Lounge to check out their new adaptive controller. This controller allows any variety of gamers with any ability to play the way that they want to play. It's these two big buttons. They can be programmed as anything on the controller. Right now they're at A and B. My first thought was, man, I would have loved having this as a kid. Yeah! I won both games. I'm amazing. And my second thought was, I want to beat Josh Flanagan playing video games. Josh and I met in college, and we immediately became best friends. He has carried me up mountains. He is the Thelma to my Louise. That analogy doesn't work at all.
I've got a pretty solid 34 years of gaming under my belt. I'm really interested today to see how far Zach's less than 1 day of gaming stacks up to that.
If I can just get to that level immediately, then I'll be satisfied. Hark, a loser approaches. Joshua?
Yeah?
You ready to be beaten?
Ready.
You're looking pathetic today.
Thank you. You're gonna regret this.
If I can't win after training for 15 minutes, then what am I doing? You know who else had 15 minutes of training? Neil Armstrong. And he drove to the moon.
Ready?
Yeah! Whoa! Okay, so you're beating me a little, but I'm just getting warmed up.
This is more even than I thought it would be.
I was immediately taken aback by how good I was.
I was actually pretty impressed. He was getting some punches in, but you know, he was still awful.
No, stop it. This is so many. Wait, you didn't win, did you?
Yeah, I did.
That went by so fast.
Got a few jabs in, but at the end of the day, Zach he's new to this. He's a baby, and you know, what's the first thing you do to a baby? You spank it.
I can't spin that. That sucks. I hope you get diarrhea, and it never stops.
Too late.
You can lead a gamer to an adaptive controller.
But you can't
make him
win.
Good. Huh.
Put that on the box. Most people would be glad to get 15 minutes of fame, much less 15 minutes of practice, and Zach has squandered both.
I know what I have to do. I gotta go to the kitchen and get a snack. I was losing, so I needed to take things to the next level with a little anti-adaptive technology. Otherwise known as sabotage. Okay, well, I think I'm ready to play again. Airhorn! I can't believe I'm still losing! We had your standard sabotage package for Josh. Hit him with the darts! Hanging him upside down. Shot him with darts.
What's inside the mind of someone like that?
Bubbles! How is he winning with bubbles in his face?
I got one down the
Can I
throat.
get some bubbles? Oh, this is nice. If I don't beat him, I'm gonna have to train for another 15 minutes. And I do not want to do that. All right, Jillian, shock him. More! It's working! It's working! The adaptive controller is working! Yes! Yes! The Xbox Adaptive Controller works! Thank you, Xbox! See, this is what gaming is when you make it adaptive and so that everyone can play.
34 years of work down the drain.
Thank you so much, Xbox, for designing all this and making all this possible. I speak for myself and Josh when I say it's great that we can finally play video games together. It's just so much fun.
He's a stand-up cheater guy, and I think he's gonna go really far.
I did it. I beat Josh. Fair and square. That's a microphone. Wait a minute, am I being filmed?
Attention, please. Can I have your attention, please? My name is Ken Wardinsky. I'm the Chief Information Officer for North Idaho College. On behalf of our Board of Trustees, our President, Rick McLennan, and the President's Cabinet members, I just want to thank everyone for coming out today and volunteering your time to really raise awareness for accessibility. This has been great. When Jeremy first approached me, Jeremy Seda here, the man behind the curtain, let's give him a round of applause really quick. He really asked if this event would be really beneficial, and I was kind of playing Captain Picard and said, make it so. And his eyes got about the size of a Frisbee, I swear. But through Jeremy's effort, we were really honored to have two individuals here today who also just kind of had an idea a long time ago to get developers together to make technology accessible for others. And the two individuals, I hope you've had a time to meet them today, but Jennison Ascension and Joe Devon are the co-founders of the Global Accessibility Awareness Day internationally. So a round of applause for having them here for us today. And Global Accessibility Awareness Day is May 16th, so that's really the time that you should do some kind of advocacy or reach out to really kind of make a difference with everyone else in the world. With that, I just want to introduce Joe. He's been kind enough to give us a kind of a keynote kind of close to everything today. And then the event will stay open until around 2 o'clock. And for all those students who are reaching for that Xbox back there, that drawing's coming. Don't worry. We'll get to that later on. So, Joe?
Thank you very much. So before I begin the talk that I prepared, Jeremy had actually heard this talk I gave on dark patterns previously and mentioned it'd be cool to do it here. So I haven't actually looked at this presentation in a couple of months, so it might be a little bit, I might forget a couple things here or there, so bear with me if that comes up. But so the first talk is going to be about dark patterns through the lens of accessibility. We're just setting up presenter mode. Just give me one moment. There we go. Okay. So does anybody know what dark patterns are? Raise your hand if you do. If not, you're going to have fun. Okay. We got a couple of people. Those that raise their hand, do you want to give an explanation? The hidden messages in websites. Okay. So the person that invented it, the way that they defined it, is a user interface that has been carefully crafted to trick users into doing things. And the website is darkpatterns.org. So you really came like right in line with the definition. And by the way, I'm going to read out any slides, or at least the general meeting, for anybody that can't see the slides. So just be aware of that. So when I started doing to analyze or work on this, the very first thing I did was find an article on dark patterns, and it was on a magazine, an online journal that was trying to talk about dark patterns, but in fact had several examples on their own website. So hopefully this video will start right here. So right at the top, they stick that cookie thing in your way. And then as you're trying to read the article, you've got a video that starts playing. You can't hear the sound now, but it was over there before. And then, boom, right there on the left, you're asked to sign up, join the newsletter, and you can't actually read the article. So it was quite ironic that this was the topic of their article. For a little background on me, let's see what I wrote here. Oh, I'm just supposed to talk. All right, I don't know my own background. Let's see. I co-founded Global Accessibility Awareness Day, as you guys have seen. I'm co-founder of Diamond, which is a digital agency in Los Angeles. We do an awful lot of work with the studios, so we work with Fox and Disney and NFL. And just for fun, I get involved in the accessibility community. So today we're going to talk about the background of dark patterns research. We're going to show different examples and then ask the audience to share your examples about how accessibility might affect a dark pattern more if you have a disability than it would in a regular instance. So the original person who created it is Harry Brignall, and he started a website and identified several different dark patterns. And these are the names: bait and switch, confirm shaming, disguised ads, forced continuity, friend spam, hidden cost, misdirection, price comparison prevention, roach motel, sneak into basket, trick questions, and privacy zuckering. I guess you can figure out what that is about. But I felt that something was missing, and I'm wondering if anybody notices something kind of weird here in the list. It kind of got personal with that last one, with the zuckering, and it doesn't feel like a robust research, which kind of bugged me about this. And the categorization, too, didn't quite match, because a lot of these patterns were in more than one place. So I tried to do a little research, and Wikipedia was pretty light. What was that line there? Oh, I think they had the date wrong. So I wanted to go a little deeper, do more research, so I went to newspapers.com, which has thousands of newspapers and a really long archive. Wait, hang on. So unfortunately, they had, I think it was, 10 million matches, and it was mostly about patterns for your wallpaper and whatnot, so that didn't quite work out. I went on Wayback Machine, found out the truth. I gave back to the community by editing it on Wikipedia's site. And then I found Reddit, which was pretty cool because Reddit always has something about a subreddit on just about any topic, and it included this one. So their version of dark patterns is called Asshole Design. So if you want to see it, you can just go to Reddit, the subreddit Asshole Design, and they have this really cool flowchart, which I'll speak out for those who can't see it. So if you see a design, I don't like it. Is it a bad design? This is a flowchart. Is it a bad design? No, then it goes into the mildly infuriating subreddit. If yes, it's a bad design, then the next question is it on purpose? And if it's not on purpose, then it's a crappy design. If it is on purpose, it's an asshole design or a dark pattern. So basically, if they are trying to fool you on purpose, that is what's called dark pattern. It was pretty hard, but I eventually found some actual researchers that did a little more robust job on dark patterns, and it's UXP squared. And let's see, they came out with a few different categorizations, which I think I cover a little bit later. So then I went to Wikidata, which is basically a structured data version of Wikipedia, and added the data about these new researchers there. I only mention this because it's super cool, and if you get a chance to visit it, check it out, Wikidata. And now, here's the framework that's a little more robust. It's under either nagging, obstruction, sneaking, interface interference, or forced action. So I'm going to give you some examples of this, and you'll see what it means. So here you have a couple of cases where you're being nagged. And what that means in this case, for example, is that you're being told that your disk is almost full, and you can save space by optimizing storage. You have to click manage and then basically subscribe to a particular service. And there's no real place for you to say no. You can close the button, but it's going to keep on nagging you over and over again until you sign up for it. So the reason I'm bringing this up in an accessibility-related context is that when you have a screen reader and you're getting these crazy pop-ups from nowhere, it's hard enough to make things accessible to begin with. But now if you're doing this dark pattern, which is terrible for all users, it makes it even worse if you have any disability or are using a screen reader. This talk, by the way, was originally designed for folks to chip in. So if anybody has an example of this that they'd like to share, please do raise your hand. If not, I'll keep going, but I would like to welcome participation. I'll take that as a no. Oh, was there somebody?
Oh, I have a VAST on as my security browser, or security for my browser.
Yeah.
And they give me these messages all the time that there's potential viruses or I need to compress to save space.
Okay, so you're seeing a similar thing. Yeah. Yeah, now that you've seen this, you're going to see this all the time, and it'll really stick in your head, nagging. Amazon Prime does it? What do they do?
Well, I think they just build in every time you go to a new page, they say, if you join Amazon Prime, and you have to just, and it just comes every page. You said, no, I don't, and then next page. If you join Amazon Prime,
So they keep just nagging you to join Prime until you do, until they wear you down.
it's just built into every page.
Yeah. And are you a screen reader user, or do you use any screen reader? And does that make it worse with the screen reader? Yeah, and then is there an easy way for you to exit out of it, or it really just takes, like, how long does it take? And
No, it's not that hard to exit out of, but you have to get past it.
yeah, and then does it at least remember where you were before?
Yeah, I mean, you were on the page you want to be on, but it's just
Right. So ironically, they implemented it accessibly, but they really messing you up, right? That's pretty crazy. Okay. Here, I hope I can get across this weirdness. So here's a map service that asks you, and I've obscured names because we don't generally like to shame companies, though I think you may figure out who this is. There's a map service that wants your location, that wants you to enable your location services. So they have this thing that says, use enhanced location service. Let X's location service help apps determine location. This means sending anonymous location data to X even when no apps are running. And then since this is a nag screen, they're nice enough to show you this little checkbox that says don't show again, except that it's grayed out. And then if you disagree, you'll keep getting nagged. But if you agree, and this is the next page, if you agree, then you can click don't show again. So does that make sense? So you've agreed to share your location. Now they're not going to bother you to share a location. It's just so nasty. And obviously, you know, if you have a disability, it's just another way that's really pushing you to share your personal information. It's just terrible. Here's one, a music service example where they let you do a private session. So it's basically a music service that shares what music you're listening to with social media. And you can say, I want a private session, except that they'll keep asking you every 6 hours to click this again and again. So it's another good nagging example. Then there is confirm shaming, which is the act of guilting the user into opting in. The option to decline is worded in such a way as to shame the user into compliance. So here we have one where an electronics company offers an exclusive offer with their newsletter, and you can sign up, but in order to click no, they, instead of making it a button, they make it like a link in some verbiage on the bottom, and it says, no thanks, I don't want any deals. So really? Okay. And then similarly, there's a book service and it says, enter your email to unlock the list, unblock 20 must-reads, unlock the 80 must-reads, or, and again, it's not a button, it's a link, I don't read. Really. And so again, there are some folks with disabilities that might be affected by this a little bit more than all users. So this is really, I think, a good example of how a dark pattern is even darker. Does anybody else have a nagging example they want to share?
I do.
Yes.
So somehow you get onto a newsletter, and it bombards you several times a day, and then you finally like, okay, tired of even seeing in my junk, I'm going to unsubscribe. So you click on unsubscribe, and then asks you to type in your email address at the end.
Yes.
And it's like, if you already have my email address, why would you ask that?
Exactly. They make it super easy to subscribe, but then to unsubscribe, you have to really go through hoops. Yeah. 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 Anybody else? Okay. Obstruction, making a process more difficult than it needs to be with the intent of dissuading certain actions. I don't remember exactly this example, what it was, but basically it's just the fine print here. Here we go. Let's see what that says. Can anybody read that? I myself have some, like I have a little trouble with contrast myself, but obviously it's fine print, so if you can't read it, you know, it's pretty bad. Here we have one that was pretty new to me, which is drop-down hijacking. So you're able to sign in, and there's a drop-down that lets you choose monthly, annually, various different options, and then you select annual, get 3 months free. They have this little pop-up, get 3 months free if you do it annually, and then look at how you have a drop-down, and then on the next screen, that drop-down is gone and it's just text so that you can't switch from annual to monthly. Does that make sense to everybody, even folks that can't see it? Do I need to explain it a little better? Was that clear? Kinda. You want me to explain again? So, so if there's a drop down, I'm not sure how that reads with a screen reader, but with a drop down, I guess you can click into it and then see what all the options are. Yeah. So if you select your option and then you go to the next page, they remove the drop down. So now you're stuck to doing annual when before you were able to drop down, and you just, what's going on? So I imagine with a screen reader, that would be much, much more difficult. You're like, what happened? Yeah. So there's another thing called Roach Motel, where the design makes it very easy for you to get into a certain situation, but then makes it hard for you to get out of it, like a subscription, which was similar to what you were describing earlier. Here we have a streaming service that you can sign up to, and you can go to the page to unsubscribe, but there's no place to actually unsubscribe. So I don't even know how they unsubscribe from this, but it's pretty bad. Here's one where there's a postal service that you can sign up online, but if you want to cancel, you have to call them up. Yeah. Exactly. You get to voicemail hell. They're just like grinding you, hoping that you're going to pay a monthly subscription just because you're too tired to fight them. It's terrible. Then we've got forced continuity. When your free trial with a service comes to an end and your credit card silently starts getting charged without any warning, you are then not given an easy way to cancel the automatic renewal. So here's an example of a streaming service that makes it hard to unsubscribe after 30 days. Then you have price comparison prevention. The retailer makes it hard for you to compare the price of an item with another item, so you cannot make an informed decision. So here we've got, let's see. Oh, here's one where you have a career service that gives you a free tier. So you think that you actually have a useful service, but when you try to use it, as soon as you find a job you like and you try and click on it, you have to upgrade. So basically it is absolutely useless, and as it turns out, they just scraped online public listings, so they didn't even do anything useful. It doesn't even have a service, but it kind of tricks you into signing up. Anybody else have examples of obstruction they'd like to add, or any other dark pattern? Yes, sir.
I don't know if it necessarily has obstruction, but like if I'm trying to cancel like a subscription like you talked about, sometimes it's almost impossible to find just like cancel my subscription. Like I have to go into Google almost every single time and be like, how do I cancel my account? And then it's like, you know, just like some people have gone through the same experience and they're like, oh, I think it's like this way, or it's just like, you know, the information from the site itself, and it's still misleading somehow.
Right.
So just generally being frustrating, I guess. But
Yeah, so it feels like fill out this maze if you want to cancel, all right? Yeah. Crazy. All right, we got sneaking here, where you're attempting to hide, disguise, or delay the divulging of information that's relevant to the user. I'm working on a talk on terms of service, which is turning out to be pretty interesting, and they do lots of that. So I can't read this one here, but here's another one where there's just a terms of service and they're hiding important stuff. One crazy thing that I've heard lately in the terms of service, they hide indemnification, where you're indemnifying a company. Does anybody know what indemnification means in a legal sense? Yes?
Yeah, basically
Yes. So, but it's more than that actually, and I've unfortunately I've experienced it firsthand, and it can be so nasty. Where we had an indemnification clause once with a client that got sued by. So it's two big corporations. One corporation got sued by another corporation for a logo that we had nothing to do with. We didn't even touch any design. And because they were being sued, they hired a very expensive lawyer and said, you have to pay the attorney's fees. Yeah, so indemnification is really bad, and it's in terms of service when you're using some services. That's just insane. So here's one. When you purchase one thing, the fine print auto signs you up for membership. So here's an example that you become a VIP member, and then you agree to get emails on the first day of every month, newsletters, special offers, and more to maximize your shopping experience. Bait and switch. The user sets out to do one thing, but a different undesirable thing happens instead. So here, there was upgrading a certain operating system where every single time it offered you to upgrade the operating system, when you click the X button to click out of it, it would cancel the upgrade. And one day, they really, really wanted you to upgrade, so they switched it so that if you hit the X button, then you would actually be upgrading. And here it is, there's just this tiny little here, like click here to change upgrade schedule or cancel the upgrade. It's that tiny little button, and all the other buttons will upgrade you. Here's another one where your options are either, and again, they want you to upgrade, so they say sleep, update and shut down, or update and restart. So basically, you sleep and they'll ask you this again. You just have to, it's kind of like half nagging and half like tricking you into things. Then you have one called the hidden costs. So you get to the last step of the checkout process only to discover some unexpected charges have appeared, like delivery charges, tax, etc. So here you have one where it's a travel site that is offering you the great price of $218. However, and oh, here's another dark pattern in there. Hurry, this hotel has only 2 rooms left at this price on our site, but until you get to the end of it, it'll cost 250% more. So you're advertised a fake price. Then you've got misdirection, where the design purposely focuses your attention on one thing in order to distract your attention from another. So here you have a price of 327 British pounds, and they put this in green, and then they hide with the color scheme that you've got an extra 14% tax, a property service charge, a city tax. All of this is hidden. Does anybody else have examples of sneaking that they would like to share? Yes, sir.
I work in technology, so a lot of sites where you register a domain will also have add-on services.
Yes.
They're automatically checked, and they're very small print. You don't necessarily know what you're adding on. If you don't see that very well, definitely you will end up with a lot of extras in your cart, and the total gets tripled, and you don't even know what you're buying.
Yeah, the domain services are pretty notorious for that. So here we have interface interference, where the manipulation of the user interface that privileges certain actions over others. So what this essentially means is you get this muscle memory where you're using an app over and over again, and the same spot you get used to clicking, and they change what that spot does because they want you to do a particular action. That's what this is. So if you're a screen reader user and you figured out where to log out or where to do different actions, and all of a sudden that's taken away from you, that just makes your life so much harder. Now we've got trick questions. You respond to a question which, when glanced upon quickly, appears to ask one thing, but if read carefully, asks another thing entirely. Now you tell me what this means. Do not uncheck this box if you wish to be contacted via email about product updates, upgrades, special offers, and pricing. So should you check the box or not? I still don't know. I've looked at this screen 100 times. I don't know what it is. Then you've got disguised ads, where the ad is disguised as other kinds of content or navigation in order to get you to click on them. So a classic example is a search engine where you've got search results and then they make the ads look exactly the same as the search result. I'm curious for the screen reader users, how obvious is it to you when you're going to one of the search engines that there's ads embedded as a result? Is there a difference? Anybody want to comment? So if you don't pay attention, you basically feel like the first results are the real results and not ads.
I think it does tell you that it's not as good as ads.
It does tell you?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's one where they have a tiny little X, and something that so the X is the only way to clear out. And here you have pretty low contrast on the X. So if you have a visual, what's the word I'm looking for? Visual, like low vision, it can be really hard to tell where the X is. And they also play a lot with putting the X on different sides where it's not supposed to be, so that you're like, where's that X? Where's that X? Here you have one. Where's the X here? You have the X on top of the ad, and most times you're going to click on that and you're going to wind up actually clicking on the ad. Oh, this one is cool. So here is a review rating with a drop-down box, and you'll notice that every one of these you've got a 10, 9, 8, 7, and then when you get down to 1, it's spelled out O-N-E. The rest of them are numbers. And the reason for that is they know that everybody wants to rate them as a 1. So when you're going to click 1, it goes to 10, and it will not go to 1 unless you press the O or cycle all the way down to the bottom. Like, these guys know that they suck. Change the default search engine when you upgrade software. So there's a plugin, a famous plugin, that whenever you upgrade it, it decided that you should have a different search engine because they cut a deal with the search engine. Very nice. Unlabeled unsubscribe. We value your privacy. However, they remove the label on the submit button so you can't see anything. And I'm sure that it's not the most accessible form out there. So if you're a screen reader user, you're going to have a real tough time unsubscribing to the service. Here's a newspaper example where they put a close button on the opposite side. You're trying to read. How many times have you tried to read an article in an online newspaper and gotten like all these pop-ups? Yes. Oh, you're just saying yes. Yeah. So this one over here, it's so hard to read. Like this has just been a couple of months, and I can't even read these things they put in such small print. But basically, at the bottom there, it says that it's 99 cents to subscribe. You're reading one of 5 free articles, and then, but the real price is different. So now you have to go in over here to the frequently asked questions and say, how much does a digital-only subscription cost? And then you have another bit of verbiage over there. And I think there it says $2. Yeah, I think that one is $2. And then it turned out by the end of this one, instead of 99 cents, it cost like $7. But they advertised 99 cents. Anybody else want to add another dark pattern?
There's like a circle, X in it, and if like sometimes you just zoom in super close to the X to get it. If you click on that that surface area, sometimes it will still be brought to that ad. You have to like literally zoom in, and there's like a teeny tiny pinprick space where you can actually click and actually exit out of something. It's super irritating.
Yeah, it's like the game operation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then like another thing I was thinking about is like when I'm like you said, an article. Sometimes it'll like spread the article throughout like 8 pages. Like some cool exit out of an ad just to read the thing, and then it says, oh, next page, you click next page, and then it just keeps doing that over and over. So eventually, like, instead of having one page with a couple of ads and you read the whole thing, they increase those ads by 8-fold if it's, for example, 8 pages. Super irritating. I hate
Yeah.
that so much. It's the worst.
Yeah, and they wonder why they're having trouble getting subscribers. Yeah.
There's another one that's particularly
Yes.
irritating for accessibility is on Pinterest. Pop-ups for newsletters or whatnot will not allow to be closed even when tapping the X. So you're in doubt, like, did I really tap it? Or
Right.
press and hold it.
Right.
Some of them time themselves out, so they'll eventually go away, and others will not go away.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Yeah. Jennison.
I would just point out, I know you've mentioned a lot of these examples and how they can be irritating or inaccessible for screen reader users. For folks with cognitive disabilities,
Yes.
Which is a much larger group, I can only imagine how challenging, like, some of those, the question with the unchecked, just people with different learning disabilities or whatnot would struggle with a lot of this.
Yes, absolutely. Every single one of these are cognitive disabilities. It's really terrible. Anyone else? All right. Here we have Brignall's friend spam, where the product asks for your email or social media permissions under the pretense it will be used for a desirable outcome, like finding your friends, but it then spams all your contacts in a message that claims to be from you. So here we have a game where you are pressured to invite friends to access certain features, and then they spammed everybody. Privacy zuckering. You are tricked into publicly sharing more information about yourself than you really intended to. Named after Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. So here is an example. This is, I blocked out Twitter, but it's clearly Twitter. But I don't think the actual, wait, let's see. So I don't want to share, this is actually a health thing. So this wasn't actually Twitter that was doing the dark pattern. It was a health data thing where they clicked have read and then all the buttons were auto-selected. I think I actually have a picture of it. So yeah, they've got all these different buttons, and as soon as you click I have read and agree to all of the above, they click all the other buttons and put you to the next page. So you basically have opted in to sharing your private data, thinking that you can. And I'm still not even clear which button you have to click, because it says optional on the consent, and yet when you click that you agree, I think what it is you have to click the next button. So if you look at these, you have options: consent to processing of health data optional, customized services optional, marketing information optional, and then on the bottom it's split out and it says I have read and agree to all of the above. You have to not click on any of those four and then just click the next button, and then you won't opt in. Every other option will opt you in. So talk about cognitive disabilities, forget it. This is just nasty. And it's health data, so you can have all of these health legalities, and it doesn't matter. They're just tricking you into it, and then they can just say, hey, you agreed. This stuff should be illegal. Here you have a Canadian bank. Oh, this one was sad. So there's it was a bad experience where you had a forced ad, and this is after you've already subscribed to this bank. You have their app, you have an account, and then you have to go through 3 screens. Click no thanks. You have to double confirm with reverse styled buttons. Really kind of sucky experience. And let's see here. Yeah, you have like all these different buttons. And what was sad about that is, as I dug into it, the bank had all this accessibility stuff. They had a whole page on accessibility, all the great stuff they were doing for accessibility, how much they cared about accessibility. Their Twitter stream was all about all these awareness days and how much they cared and all of this, and then they just threw all of it out the window. And when I tested it with keyboard, I got into a keyboard trap on their ad. So, you have all the other divisions that are doing things accessibly, and then you have one executive who says, hey, let's stick this dark pattern on there, and they destroy all their credibility in one shot. Anybody else have any forced action examples or other examples you want to add? No? Okay. So one thing when I do these talks that I like to get to is actually some action items. And this is the second time I've given this talk. And first of all, I think some more research is needed, because even though that second group I mentioned, I think, improved the situation, I feel like the research isn't good enough on this. There's one, I didn't have time to add this slide, but there actually has been some action to make dark patterns illegal. I think that it's very hard to make that a legal thing, but there are things that can be done, and I'd love for you to think about it and raise your hand after I tell you what I've kind of come up with. There are things that can be done in order to improve the situation, and one suggestion I would have would be for developers to say that they're going to create kind of an organization against dark patterns, and then pressure companies to put into their agreements when they're being hired that they're not going to force their employees to implement a dark pattern. And what happens in Silicon Valley is the developer is king. And so the developer gets to set the tone, and if you are trying to compete on only salary, these days a lot of developers care about things like diversity and inclusion, and if all of us band together and say, we're not going to put up with this anymore, and we're going to demand this from companies, you're going to see folks like Google and Facebook, et cetera, maybe not Facebook, but several of these companies come in and compete on saying that they're not going to do dark patterns unless their entire business is really based on dark pattern. And let's make it a little bit harder for them to get developers, because they won't sign it, and then everybody's going to know they have no intention to do anything but dark patterns. So that's one idea I've come up with, but if anybody in the audience has an idea how we as a community can fight this, I would love to hear. And you can do it on Twitter as well later. Anybody have thoughts?
Sure.
Yes.
I have a colleague who works in information science. One of the courses he teaches is on ethics. And I think adding more ethics courses to these traditional STEM majors, such as this kind of stuff, computer programming, is definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. And then one thing I'd love if somebody could think about is how do you, because part of that is it's great if you have the people that are developing this aware of it, but you still need to get the corporation that hires you to agree to it, and I think that can be a little tricky. How do we get the laws to keep up with technology, because laws are always many steps behind, and you try and pass a law, they'll just find another way around it. So any thoughts on that? Yes?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I'm an advocate for professional licensing of software developers. I think we can have a multi-tiered system like we have in law, where we have paralegals, we have attorneys. In medicine, we have doctors and surgeons, and we also have assistants or technologists. And I think the professional level is the level that needs to lobby our lawmakers as a group. So we have the IEEE Computer Society, the ACM. All those organizations are already in place, and for some reason there's been resistance to professionalizing anybody other than a professional engineer. But I think the time is probably right, because we're running into all of this snowballing.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Cool. Anybody else? All right, I'm not sure what the next, if I have a lot more slides or not, but let's see. No, I don't. Great. So any questions? Yes, sir.
Would you say that if you are downloading a free version, so an abbreviated version of a service, are you more likely to see these dark patterns embedded in that versus the full service?
So the freemium model, I don't think so. I think it's just about the leadership. If they're really, they have to actively make sure that all of their directors know that they're not going to put up with it, that they care about their reputation. And the reality is that a lot of these tech companies, I almost want to, what was the other thing? Like I almost want to create a new term, dark business model, because a lot of them have a dark business model where you are the product and you're tracked everywhere. and it's a very successful business model, but it's a dark one. And it's hard when you get, oh, I see what you mean, like by freemium, because like one big one that I think is not hard to figure out has all these products for free, and it's really not free. They're just tracking you. And if you're old enough like I am, you remember when it all started and it just slowly crept up on us. And in the beginning, had they said that they were going to read your emails, I even read that recently that I heard something about that if you send an email through their free service with a business plan in it, that they own the IP. That was stuck in the terms of service for a while. So, I mean, people would have never put up with that. And when there was first that free email that was being read for ads, it was like, we will never, never, God forbid, do anything but display ads with it. We don't even know what's in there. And then it turns into, we'll own your IP. So, yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah. Yes? Yes. I'm sorry, can you speak a little bit louder, or maybe we can get a mic over to you so that we could... Dark patterns? Yeah.
Official guidelines.
Are you referring to WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that would be the right place for it, but it would definitely be good if the W3C or some organization did come up with guidelines for dark patterns. And I think that people in the last couple of years have certainly noticed these patterns and are fighting back.
Or maybe something like a Rate My Professor.
Yeah, I'm probably too old to know how that actually worked in practice, but I've heard about it. So yeah, that could work. That could work. Thank you. Anybody else? I think I saw another hand up. Yes, sir.
This is maybe a question and a suggestion, and that is the potential of partnering with an organization like DuckDuckGo or someone that focuses on privacy, which this has a strong relationship to, to provide some public shaming for the organizations that are doing that.
Right.
So you have a Hall of Shame, so I was just thinking they have a strong orientation towards exposing that for the good of individual consumers to help them so they're not being trapped. So.
Absolutely. I'll add that I use DuckDuckGo. That's my default browser. I have multiple browsers, but that's my default search engine. I install all their plugins. I recommend everybody does. There's another search engine that most people use, but DuckDuckGo, if you compare the results, it's basically the same. So try it out. DuckDuckGo, the worst name ever, but DuckDuckGo.com. It's a search engine, but they care about privacy. So they do serve you ads, but all of their ads are keyword based. So you're buying the keyword, you're not tracking the person's privacy in order to give them a relevant ad. They're not following them all over the web. And they provide tools, privacy tools to, that is kind of like a plugin in your browser that will help you do things like, they have this exclamation point G that'll take you to Google, exclamation point B will take you to Bing. So you type in the search result and you can go to different websites to complete your search. And if you go to Google, they'll turn on a mode where Google doesn't track you as much. So they have lots of little tools and tricks like that to improve your security. So I highly recommend DuckDuckGo and read their blog posts and things like that around it. Do we have time for more? What time is it? 2 o'clock. Jeremy, should we go for more questions or? That's good. Okay. And I apologize, but after a little break, and Jennison will say a few words, I'm going to speak again with the actual topic that I prepared for today. So I hope you won't get too bored of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That was awesome. So I'd like to welcome Jennison Asuncion up to the podium here to give a few quick words. It's kind of cool. I'll see if I can remember this quote, and just kind of sums up the relationship I have with Jennison and Joe here. But great perils have this thing of beauty that they reveal the fraternity of strangers, and this has been a true example where I just met these guys this year, and I've had several engagements with them and just working with them, and they came up here to help us with our GAD event, and I just think it's awesome. So I want to give them another round of applause, please. And I don't like being in front of a mic or video, but I really want to take one more opportunity to thank every single person that helped make this event successful and happen, and that includes the people that came and showed up. So one more round of applause, thank you, and I'll end on that.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. So I wasn't supposed to be here. I met Jeremy tell the quick story, because it's almost as fun as telling the story about how I met Joe. It was Christmas time, I was back in New York, and I learned about a conference, an accessibility conference in Beirut, Lebanon. I was like, oh, this is gonna be neat. I've always wanted to go to Beirut, so I'm in. I in fact bought my ticket right before New Year's. And then probably January-ish, one of the organizers of the event put me in touch with Jeremy, and we popped on the phone, and we're just chatting it up, and he'd mentioned that he was planning this event, Paving the Way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day, after, as part of what we were talking about, and I said, oh, that's really cool. I don't know I didn't know if he did any research about me or anything, but I'm like, I'm one of Global Accessibility Awareness Day's co-founders. And it was just one of those weird, interesting moments. Anyway, long story short, Jeremy came out to San Francisco, where I was running accessibility camp there. And then we both adventured in Beirut, Lebanon. And when I was flying home, I said to myself, because of course, immediately, because I've learned to say no. So Jeremy was kind of hinting that I should come out to this event. I'm like, no, but I'll see if Joe can go instead. But coming back from Beirut, certainly after meeting Jeremy and talking to him and getting to know him, and hiking with him through the mountains of Lebanon, there was no other place I wanted to be today than here with all of you. I want you to all know that you have an amazing, first of all, an amazing representative for North Idaho College in Jeremy, and just all that good stuff. So can we give Jeremy a round of applause? We can fill all the rooms with the latest technology. We can hire the most passionate people. We can put the best laws in place. But I will always believe, through working on global accessibility with Joe, that it really does take awareness, empathy, and education. Because outside of this room, there are millions of people who cannot even imagine that someone with a disability or impairment might be interacting with their website or mobile app. It's totally inconceivable to them. Now, we all might be standing here or sitting in the audience and going, what are you talking about? Everyone, of course, knows, but the reality is, and in my years working in accessibility, you put an engineer or a designer, you sit with them and you pair them up with someone with a disability or impairment, and you watch that person, that developer or designer, or that product manager, as the person with a disability tries to use their app or website. And it's one of those lights on moments, right? And I think some of you in this room probably have experienced or know what I'm talking about. And they get this kumbaya moment, and they get hooked. So I invite all of you on May 16th, on Global Accessibility Awareness Day, as we pave the way there, to think about one person that you could sit with and have that lights on moment with, whether it's just talking to them for a moment, whether you have a disability or not, and just talking to them, like, what is accessibility, or just telling them, hey, did you know there's like 1.2 billion people with disabilities or impairments around the world? Just one of those things. We've got a bunch of ideas on our globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org website. And we've got events happening on Saturday, the 18th of May. If you can make it out to Seattle, there's going to be Accessibility Camp Seattle, and that's one of the GAD events. So there's a lot of activities, but think about, you know, here we are all starting paving the way to Global Accessibility Awareness Day. But think about how you could help create that lights on moment to someone who's involved in technology, and you can help raise that awareness of digital access and inclusion. So thanks very much to all of you. Joe and I are so grateful to everyone here. It's rare. It's so rare that Joe and I are together in one place, but like I said before, I don't think either of us would rather be anywhere else. Thank you very much.
And welcome. Okay, and we'll welcome Joe back for one more final presentation, then we'll get to get these guys helping us out with the drawings, all right?
Perfect.
Let the shameful walk.
Hang on, I want to make sure. Where the heck is it? Sorry, we're just trying to get the captions working. Used to be like in there somewhere. No, because it's embedded. Okay. This is the first time I'm not seeing maybe one of these buttons, because this is not a Mac, right?
Right.
I think we're going to have to just go with it.
Yeah.
I apologize. We switched computers and we're having trouble with
exclusion
captions.
finally come tumbling down. God bless you all.
With those words, President George Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act into law on July 26, 1990, finally giving disabled Americans their first legal guarantee of equal rights in society more than 2 centuries into the history of the nation. Yet, the ADA wasn't given easily. On March 12, 1990, hundreds of disability activists descended on the Capitol to urge Congress to stop stalling on a vote on the ADA. After a day of speeches, over 60 activists abandoned their chairs and began crawling up the 83 stone steps of the Capitol. The sight of paraplegics dragging themselves across each step was fascinating and repelling for many. For many congressmen, the sight was disturbing. They reacted in anger, furious at the visibility of the protesters' disability, and furious because they knew of no other way to react to the sudden unmasking, in broad daylight, of communities that had for too long been hidden away. Without the initial capacity to cope with or understand the perceived disagreeable sight, the congressman's first instinct was to look away. Yet, the very visibility of the crawl ultimately moved Congress into voting the ADA into law. The Capitol Crawl protest, as an exercise in sociability, demanded human interaction and acknowledgement by manifesting insecurity in a public space.
I've not been able to get those images out of my head. I really feel like it's very powerful, and it has led to the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, being passed. And this provided the legal backing to require physical affordances in buildings for things like handicap parking and ramps and that kind of thing. And since then, in the 90s, the web has gotten very popular, as have mobile apps and tablets. And the courts have been ruling that the ADA does apply to web and mobile, so there is legal backing. It is not, the ADA was not written in the age of the web, so it isn't strictly stated out that way. However, the law is there. The only problem is that we're not really doing accessibility very well. And that is the backdrop for the creation of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. So the story of GAD began with kind of an indignity. So this is a picture of my dad who was visiting JPL NASA in this picture. Now my dad, when he would walk into a room without saying a word, commanded respect. You could tell that this was a person of substance. My father spoke 10 languages. He survived the concentration camps of Auschwitz and Dachau. He was a Talmudic scholar, but he was as good at physics and science as he was at the Talmud, and was really a special person. And as he got older, he started losing his vision and his hearing. And in order just to go to a bank, it required all day. He would have to call up Access Paratransit the day before. It just was a really long and difficult process. And that was just to bank. So if something came up, it was pretty difficult. He was unable to use the telephone to bank because he couldn't hear what they were saying on the other side, even with special affordances. Online banking should have been the solution. And unfortunately, one day he was trying to bank and was unable to because it was inaccessible. And if you can't bank, now this is a private enterprise, but if you can't bank, then you can't be independent. And this really upset me. So I wrote a blog post, which you've heard about a little earlier today. This is an actual picture of the blog post proposing that we create this Global Accessibility Awareness Day to make developers and designers aware of accessibility. I tweeted out the blog post, Jennison saw it, and the rest is history in terms of how this event came together. The truth is we expected very little to come out of it other than our two events. We knew if we worked really, really hard, something could happen, but we knew, all right, we'll have Toronto, we'll have LA. And what wound up happening is in the very first year, there were 16 different cities that did events. As you can see here, Stephen Fry, who had like 9 million Twitter followers, tweeted out the day. It made the homepage, it made my newspaper, it was syndicated in an article and made it all the way to my hometown of Montreal. India did a governmental event, and this was just year one. And the reason for this is the community. Year two would prove to be a little more difficult for me as my dad got cancer and he passed away. And I didn't expect much from year two. I knew Jennison kept things going, but I just didn't expect that much. And the reality is it just kept growing. And here you have a slide with logos that we started to collect from some companies that got involved, which is really cool. And what was cool in year two was that somebody who was working for me, Mindy Morgan, was a front-end developer, not a designer, and she designed this logo, and already in year two, made the front cover of .NET Magazine, which I think a lot of designers would have been pretty happy to see their logo go around the world. So she was really happy about this, needless to say. And we reached, on the GAD hashtag, a tweet a minute by year two. Pretty crazy. Year three, we collected more logos and big names. And then the first of many moments that would put chills down my spine. Year three, and I've never publicly announced the name of the bank that was inaccessible for my dad that prompted the blog post. Year three, this bank sends us an email and says that they are doing an internal event for GAD because they know their accessibility sucks and they're trying to get better internally, and please don't announce it to anybody. To this day, they don't know that they were the inspiration for GAD. So that really put chills down my spine because I've been in a lot of different companies. I've never had this kind of impact on an organization as this event has done. And even though the idea might have come from me and the implementation from Jennison, it's the community that picked it up and the community that made it happen. And it's the leaders. I always love leaders when I see somebody say, you know, there's no event in my city, I'm going to be a leader. They don't even say it that way because leaders don't view themselves that way. They're usually very humble, but they say, we need an event, I'm going to create an event, and then they do it. Year 4, we reached 48 cities, officially trending on Twitter, and that has happened every year since. The LA City Council recognized GAD. Facebook created an accessibility toolkit on the day, and we started to get the tech press involved. Year 5, more logos. It's kind of getting to be a crowded slide. Out of the blue, Apple decided that they are going to do events at every single store globally, which took us from 50 events to 550 events overnight. You see here, this is their campus in Cupertino. They have like a little GAD signage up there, and they started doing concerts on campus to commemorate the day. Year 6, I can't fit the logos on a slide anymore. So that's how crazy it's become. And here's another moment that brought chills down my spine, because if you ask me in my field, which is web development, mobile apps, who is my biggest maybe hero? I don't know if that's the right word. The one I look up to the most would be Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web. And Mr. Jennison and Sir Tim Berners-Lee co-keynoted a GAD event in Copenhagen. So this was a real big deal for me personally to have seen this happen. At the same time, Tim Cook made some videos where he spoke about accessibility on the day, and Apple paid for ads, commercial ads on, what was the show again? On Modern Family, which is the first primetime ads for accessibility. Year 7, Facebook's PR came out and got tons of tech press, not to be outdone by Google, who did the same. This was pretty wild. Microsoft released the Adaptive Controller, which is being raffled today. And there's an example of it right over there next to Jeremy. So they released this on the day, and we're starting to see some tech companies release products on the day. Eventually, by the way, you might have seen this product advertised as a Super Bowl ad. So accessibility is kind of hitting mainstream now, which is pretty cool. Here's another moment. This is the homepage of IBM. They changed it for GAD. This is the homepage of Yahoo. Basically, the Verizon bought them, so it's multiple companies, but this is their homepage. Apple made a little video on their homepage. Microsoft put a half-hour video on their homepage for the day. And so between them, you have $1 trillion of valuation. And for a little blog post I wrote on a technical blog that until then had been read by maybe 10 different people, it's pretty kind of crazy. The BBC spent all day celebrating it. And I could go on and on about this, but the reason I'm mentioning all this is not to celebrate how great it is. It is to point out that we can all pat ourselves on the back, but we have a lot of work to do. And here's a tweet that came out, and it was by The Blind Onion, which is a satirical Twitter account, kind of like The Onion. And at the end of one GAD year, they wrote, "World eagerly anticipates participating in the next 364 days of global accessibility oblivion." So when I first read that, like, first blush, it's kind of funny. And then I felt a little bit hurt by it. And then people told me, you know what, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Like, some people kind of are negative. It's been a great success. And I'm like, no, I cannot ignore it, because that tweet came out of pain. And there's a reason for that pain, because we're not achieving what we really need to. The goal of GAD is to make accessibility ubiquitous. and we aren't there, and we need to get there. So recently, this company called WebAIM, who does these great accessibility tools, came out with something called the WebAIM Million, where they browsed 1 million web pages, the home pages, and came out with some statistics. And what they found was that there are on average 60 accessibility errors on each web page, and 98% of the home pages had at least one major, what's called WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, at least one major accessibility error, 98%. And these figures are just unacceptable. So I kind of straddled the two worlds of the developer world and the accessibility world. So I might have created this day, but I hadn't been in the past really an accessibility practitioner in the sense of it's not my business, right, accessibility, but I get to see it because of GAD. And then I've been running tech events for over a decade, so I know the developer world really well. And what I noticed is that in the accessibility world, people are very concerned or very disheartened by the state of accessibility, and a lot of them feel like developers don't care. And so they're wondering, do people not care? And I don't think that's true. I think people do care, but the question is how can we improve, and why aren't things better? So who here has seen Shark Tank? Okay, so have you ever noticed that somebody comes out with a pitch for a product, and the sharks say, oh my God, I love this product. And then when it comes to investing, they're like, you know what, I'm going to be a consumer, but I'm not going to invest in this product. And the reason is because it's a complex product that requires a ton of marketing in order to explain it to the consumer. And for that reason, I'm out. Accessibility is a complex product. That's how you have to think about it. The issues are diverse and they're complex. The legal landscape is not easy either, and the solutions are complex. So we need to do more marketing and view things from a different way, but we can win this battle and make accessibility ubiquitous. So, sorry, I'm going to wait for that to finish. What I'm going to try and do for the rest of this talk is just kind of explain why this is so complicated and what our path is, what we really have to do as a community in order to do that complicated thing of marketing this to the world so that they see how to make accessibility ubiquitous. So starting with the courts, there is a ruling that the ADA applies to digital products, but because there isn't a specific law around it, people are unaware of it, and therefore companies don't have the budget for it. And the time that they become aware of it is when they get sued. So I can say from firsthand experience that companies find the budget once they get sued. They just need to be educated that they can get sued, and they'll be willing to spend the money a little bit earlier. Another result of this is that developers do not have a budget in order to learn, and so it's not that they don't care. First, they're probably unaware of what's going on, that there is a big accessibility issue, and then once they become aware of it, they don't know how to get from here to there. And I found this problem myself in the initial years of GAD because I've kind of stopped developing. I have a company where I have developers, and it took me a while in order to learn all the details of it. And what really was the aha moment for me was finding out about DQ University. So DQ University basically solves the problem of training developers. This is the URL. If anybody is interested in a career in accessibility, write this URL down. It's basically dquniversity.com. So DEQUE university.com. The price is $100 to $350 depending on how many courses you want to take. And it's really quite comprehensive. If you are a company, we provide this for all of our employees. If you're a company, it's really affordable to do a group discount where you can get everybody in your company to get the courses. And we even give it to anybody in our company, even if they're not technical, and even in EA, that kind of thing, we will do that. And one important thing to note is that this field has more jobs than candidates, so we need more people to learn accessibility as a career because there's just the jobs there. How many places can you say that? Another angle that we should take is a lot of people feel like they're going to work and they're building things that don't have meaning. They really are yearning for meaning. And we need to tell the story that accessibility can provide that feeling that when you're doing work, you're doing something meaningful. And it's a story to tell. And the way to do that is to make people sit in someone else's shoes. So the other day, I went to an event where it was a show, a TV show based in the 70s, and somebody in the audience was saying, she raised her hand and she said, you know what, I grew up in the 70s, and a girlfriend of mine, I asked her, what do you want to do for a living? And because this was the 70s, she said, I would like to be a housewife or a secretary, because what else is out there for girls? And isn't that a really sad statement and a state of affairs in the 70s, which I think is rather not true today? And fortunately, the Me Too movement has come along to bring diversity and inclusion to the forefront of conversation. And this is one reason I'm actually pretty confident that accessibility is going to see its day very soon, because how can you do a diversity and inclusion initiative and not include folks with disabilities? So everything is moving in that direction, and it's up to us to tell this very difficult story that is complex. Even in this talk, I found I had to work really hard to find a way to share this information to you in a way that wouldn't be boring. And I think that you got to take the Me Too movement and diversity and inclusion, embrace it and extend it, which has been a bad phrase in the past, but let's make it positive, and extend this to folks with disabilities. So you have to put people in other folks' shoes, the way Jennison was saying earlier. So I'm going to give a simple use case of where accessibility can make a really big difference. And it's about independence, like I was saying earlier for my dad with the banking example. So now imagine before the web, if you were blind and you were at a restaurant and you wanted to get home, how did it work the old way? So ride-sharing apps versus getting a cab. And it's that process of thinking through step by step what you have to do that explains why accessibility is so important and can bring meaning to your work. So your first step would be, you have to find your current address. You're at a restaurant. What is the address? So with the app, you don't need to worry about that. But the old way, you have to trust a stranger and ask, hey, what's my address? And I feel a little funny about this next slide because it's a little bit dark, but I think it's important. So I'm going to say it. I'm going to take the risk of saying this. When you're trusting strangers, it is not a trivial thing. 1% of the population, approximately, are psychopaths. And you know, if you, on a daily basis, need to trust a stranger, sooner or later, you're going to run into some people that aren't very nice. And unfortunately, I know from a couple of blind friends, a couple of stories that are frankly pretty terrifying. And any chance you can get to provide independence and not require the kindness of strangers, that's a good thing. And I won't belabor the point beyond that. So step 2 is you've got to find a phone. With the app and mobile devices today, this is not needed, but the old way, you'd need to ask a stranger. And then the ride has arrived. How do you even know that your cab is there? In the old days, there was just no way to do it. Now, you get an alert. Boom, you're done. And then finally, paying for your ride. With the app, this is built in and taken care of. But the old way is you've got to pay with cash. And even cash is not accessible in the United States. Currency is not accessible. A dollar bill, $20 bill, $100 bill, it's the same. There are techniques you can use where you fold it in a particular way. And nowadays there are apps that will tell you what bill is. But a lot of people basically need to ask somebody, well, what is this bill? And you have to trust somebody. And there have been plenty of cases where that trust was not warranted. So this is the importance of accessibility. And all of this So this whole ride-sharing movement only makes this difference. As great as it makes for everybody to be able to use a ride-sharing app, it actually provides independence for some people with disabilities, and it only does it if you put in the effort to make it accessible. And it's not an obvious thing, because part of this experience is a map. Well, a map is visual. How do you make a map accessible? You have to put some forethought into it. You can't do a checklist, it's not going to do the trick. You have to care about it, and you have to spend a little bit of energy doing it. So the entire reason I told all these stories, and again, it's been a bit of a challenge, is these are the stories that you have to get through to folks, and once they see this, the aha moment hits them, and then they'll do what needs to be done as long as they have a path forward. But this is a challenging thing, and it's something that we will solve, but we'll solve it together through initiatives like GAD, and through everybody that's hearing this. You can go out and do an event. Make sure that on Global Accessibility Awareness Day, you tweet something out, you engage the community, and this is the marketing strategy. And then last but not least, I'm going to bring this full circle. So again, I can't get that capital crawl out of my head, and I can't keep but think that we need Capital Crawl 2. What is the digital version of the Capital Crawl? And I'm really starting, again, like with the dark patterns, I'm going out to the community not with a fully baked answer. Let's start with, well, what's the question? So the question is, how do we do the next version of the Capital Crawl? How do we make something visual? Can you imagine if that Capital Crawl was in the day of social media, how big that would have gotten? So let's find a way to tell this story visually, to tell it in a way on social media that can be shared, and overcome this very difficult situation where we have to tell this story in a way that a shark might not invest, but we are invested because we care. Thank you. And one more shout out to Jeremy, who's been amazing. Please, round of applause.
Thanks, brother. Well, some excellent presentations. So call to action, guys. Get involved May 16th, Global Accessibility Awareness Day. And now I'll get the 2 volunteers with prizes. If I could get, let's bring 1, the prize, and 2, the associated prize box, and we'll get Jennison and Joe to help us one more time with doing the drawings. If anybody else has your slips, better get them in there right now. So why don't we, Isaac and Cadence, why don't we start with the box on your right? Okay. You want to hold it, Mel? I'm going to stay out of that, but I'll hold these. Okay.
Do you want me to draw it?
No, they're good.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Okay.
Do you want to do like a drum roll? Have people do drum roll?
Yeah, 2. So the first one is for, we have 2 $500 NIC scholarships. And since we have the name and phone numbers on there, don't have to be present to win it. So we got quite a few, so here we go.
Want me to read people's phone number?
No, don't read people's phone number, Joe.
Just kidding. And we have a winner. So wait, what is this one for?
Can't read the handwriting.
Okay. Ekaterina Stowell? How did I feel like the Academy Award.
Yeah. Ekaterina Stowell.
Stowell.
Okay. And one more.
Ekaterina here.
We'll hold on to that one.
Okay.
And then one more.
Yeah. Very exciting. This is another scholarship?
Yes.
The winner is Tyler White.
Come on down. Next box. The next box, not the Xbox. We'll do that last. Oh, here we go.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
So
Wow.
this one.
What do I do anything?
We handing?
Yeah, I didn't talk to you just for a second.
Yeah, thanks.
So should I get that?
Hey, Ken, can we get a picture with the winners?
Oh, yeah.
Just,
Do you want me to get the AirPods?
yeah, would you actually,
I can do a picture too.
yeah, we can take a picture. Let's do that.
Why don't we just line up the winners and then...
Okay, yeah, that's good. So yeah, just hang around. We'll get this done.
AirPods?
Is it AirPods?
Yeah.
No, it's a Tobii eye tracker.
Okay.
So next is for the Tobii eye tracker. And yeah, go ahead, Jensen.
And the winner is Josh Grant.
Josh Grant.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, man.
Yeah. What's next?
Next, we have the Apple AirPods.
Hey, this seems more full. What's going on?
Yeah, everyone's on.
Oh, I do, yeah.
And the winner is Jeremy Gillum. Did I pronounce that right?
Jeremy Gillum.
Think so?
I guess so. Yeah, that looks good. This last one, right? All right, here's the big one for the Xbox One X with the adaptive controller.
And the winner is Chase Jessen.
Chase Jessen, where are you at? Yeah, she's right here. Okay, I want to take a quick moment and make sure and give credit where credit's due. Ednetics came out at the last minute to help us get a lot of necessary funds to get these prizes. So let's give them a round of applause. As well as where Steve Smith and Ken Wardinsky helped out. And the other event sponsors, American University of Beirut helped us out, and Idaho Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired helped us a lot with the brailing. So thank you, everybody. So we'll get a picture with people who won prizes, but otherwise, thank you. This concludes our event, and make sure you take some candy with you.